of Judah Society. Yes. Shabbat Shalom Mubarak. Mubarak. Yeah, Shalom, peaceful Sabbath. Hopefully, once had a peaceful Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom. And Mubarak. And a blessed one. Yes, brothers and sisters and brothers, after the Shabbat here, we're on the After the Shabbat podcast. So, technically speaking, we don't really have a Shabbat podcast on the Shabbat day. Take that time right there to rest and, from a priestly, observation, keeping it priestical and our high priest, the Moshe, Yeshua, HaMoshe, Jesus Christos. We might have to do some work on preparing, for the offering right here. Also give thanks to the co-laborers right here in this service, Discipleship Radio. Lion of Judah Society.
And so right here, you could call this the Sunday, the first day service, Sunday service after Shabbat. So like imagine like when ones in the community, keeping the Shabbat day, resting within their gates. And then, as the evening time come in after the Shabbat, technically the evening time, the evening really points to the day to come. Here in the West, we think that the evening, like right now, people say this is Saturday night, Saturday night, yeah. But actually, according to Yahweh's way, proper timekeeping, the evening and morning, remember, evening and morning, right, is one day. Don't say the morning and the evening. You see what I'm saying? It says the evening and the morning. So usually after the Shabbat, right, as ones would rest, there's really no command to. The command is basically to work 6 days, what I'm saying? To work and to rest and to cease from that activity and to give thanks to the Creator, and, for the creation, reflect upon creation, to rest and refresh, right? So basically when ones say, Shabbat, keep the Shabbat, they don't really say, well, make sure you're doing work and productive activity. Laboring, you know what I'm saying? And then make sure after you labor, get that rest. So hopefully ones have rest and refresh. So here after the Shabbat podcast right here we have the 40th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong Balak, right? Balak. A little sneak preview right here. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Yes, give thanks. Peaceful Shabbat here after the Shabbat. Moving forward, a new Shabuah, a new 7, a new cycle here beginning. First day of the cycle, right, that they call Sunday is the first day of the Shabuah. And when does that technically begin? It begins after the Shabbat is fulfilled, right? And fulfilled, right, during those hours of the day, right? So Erev Tov, good evening, Laila Tov, good night, and a Boker Tov, Boker, the break of day, Boker Tov, Boker Tov to those who are in the dawning break of day periods. Yes. So here's a little bit.
Yeah, here we at the 40th sabbatical study. This Torah portion, and this Torah portion is named Balak. Shalom, Chaverim. Shalom Lakam. Peace be to you, Chaverim, brothers and sisters, near and far and near, and here. Shema Yisrael. Shem'u, here. Here for this 40th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding for this Rastafari sabbatical study. Here. Give ear for this Shabbat strong, this manna, this angel's bread right here. Here we at the 40th sabbatical study, this Torah portion. And this Torah portion is named Balak. Emptier. Balak, waster. Balak, spoiler. Balak, devastator. Balak, destroyer. Balak, to be wasted, to be empty, like to run out in that sense. Balak. Balak. So we have here the name of a king of Moab, who was frightened and scared. Balak was scared. The waster, the emptier, the one who is like run out, being empty, being wasted. He fought against Israel. He fought against the B'nai Yisrael. He fought against the Israelites. He fought against the sons, the children of Yisrael. Balak did. And Balak, he tried to hire Balaam. He tried to hire Balaam, a prophet for hire, to cuss the men of Israel, the sons of Yisrael, the B'nai Yisrael, the Israelites, that he might defeat them. Here we pick up with Numbers chapter 22, verse 2. Numbers chapter 22, verse 2, and concerning Balak, this portion here, Numbers chapter 22, verse 2 to Numbers chapter 24, verse 25, just to get to the portion concerning Balak right here. Now, the entire Torah portion, it reads up to Numbers chapter 24. We have chapter 24, we have verse 9 to 24 and 9. So from Numbers 22 and 2 to Numbers chapter 25 and 9. But the portion concerning zooming in on Balak, whose name, right, he is one of the named persons within the Torah portion, reading and feeding for the Shabbat. Here we're at the Shabbat for this Torah portion here, Balak, Shabbat, wasted, Shabbat, run out, to be exhausted, to be run out, to be emptied out, wasted out, Balak, to be spoiled. Now, metaphysically, what's the metaphysics of the sabbatical, the Shabbat name right here, Balak? An empty, Balak, an empty, run out, a wasted, a void, thus a destructive, a wasting thought. Balak, metaphysically, psychically represents a empty, void, destructive, or wasting thought. Thus the name Balak, empty, a waster, devastator, spoiler, destroyer, that rules the carnal mind. And I want no carnal mind. That's the chant, Rastafari chant. I don't want no carnal mind, because let this mind be in I and we. That is the word there. Let this mind, the mind of Moshiach, the iritical mind, the spiritual mind. So here from low degrees to high degrees, right here in I sabbatical, Torah portion, Rastafari sabbatical studies. And right here for this Shabbat strong, we have Balak, waster, Balak, emptier, Balak, destroyer, devastator, to be run out, to be wasted, Balak. So who was Balak? Balak was a king of Moab that was scared. He was a scared Moorish, the Moorish connection is very, very interesting, Chabarim as well. The Moorish, where are the Israelites? Where are the Israelites here in these Torah portion reading and feedings? Where have they reached to? Well, in verse 1 of Numbers chapter 22, where we left off for continuity purposes. We left off at the 39th sabbatical study, Torah portion for Shabbat Chukat. We left off with Numbers 22, verse 1, the march of Yisrael. Remember, Israel, the B'nai Yisrael is on the march. Aharon, Miriam, a whole generation of the 40 years, with this 40-year generation in the Midbar, in the wilderness, So here we also are coming to a new generation after that 40-year sentence to wander in the wilderness, wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, right? Especially because of the Chatiyat, the Akari, right? A poor exercise of democracy, right? Here we have a bad exercise, especially in numbers, right? When we speak about democracy, right? Democracy. His Majesty, Garmawi Nugus Neges, says some very interesting word sound concerning democracy. He says that democracy might be good for certain African or certain peoples. Certain peoples might benefit from democracy. For others, democracy, right, would be, right, a mistake. Right, a mistake. And we're paraphrasing right here. The force of His Majesty's words is a little more forceful. But he says that democracy is good for certain people. It can be beneficial. For others, it would be a mistake. Right? It would be an error. So we had 12 spies, 10 lies. The people listened to the majority. Now here, in this Torah portion, we have, beginning off with Balak. Balak, the king of Moab. Who is Moab? What is the significance of Moab? All right? As my beloved brother Bobby Hammond said, first is the history, and then comes the mystery. Are you truly and duly prepared? We must know I narrative. Get out ahead of I narrative. But first, in I heads and hearts, to learn, to study, to grow, to give ear. Shema Israel, Shema Rastafari, Shema Rastafari, Hoy. Here, O Rastafari. So right here for the 40th. Interesting, we're here at the 40th, 40 years. The time of the 40 years, numbers, the narrative here in the 4th book of Moses, a king of Moab, Balak, a Moabite king. So here in Numbers chapter 22, the march of Israel, the 4th item here is Balaam, right, or Bilam. We have 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 15. Take note, Chabarim, fellow disciples of the King of Kings, John disciples, take notes right here. These are some very important links right here as we go into the foundation, and the groundation in the holy place. We have 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 15. We have Jude, the epistle of Yehuda, of Judas, or Yehuda, not Ascarotawi, not Iscariot, right, but of Jude, verse 11. Then we have Revelation. Revelation reveals the truth. Revelation chapter 2, verse 14. So for continuity purposes from the previous 39th, here we're at the 40th. Where do we leave off? Right? Picking up is where we left off. We left off at Numbers chapter 22, verse 1. And the Bnei Yisrael set forward ever. Backward never. Now the Bnei Yisrael moving forward, set forward. And they pitch. Where do they pitch? In the plains of Moab. They pitch in the plains of Moab on this side. Shema. On this side, Jordanos. On this side of Jordan by Jericho, the city of the moon, Jericho. Now, here's what's interesting. Right, first is the history. Right, the history even of we, the black Jews of the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Right, we have the black Jews of Harlem, the testimony of the black Jews of Harlem. We have the Moorish. Right, what's this? The Moorish Zionists. We can say scientists, Moorish Zionist temple, right? The Moorish Zionist temple of the Moorish Jews. Now, the Moorish Jews, who are the Moorish Jews, Yehudi, especially as we have testified and witnessed in those photographic evidence, and also in written and other historical evidence in the Roaring Twenties. So we, the black Jews, also known as the Ethiopian Hebrews and African Israelites, even from such a time, were in the plains of Moab, even then in the 1920s, in the Roaring Twenties, and we have the testimony, the photographic evidence, right, even for that, the Moorish Jews, right, the Moorish Zionists. Now, this is before the one named Timothy Drew, a.k.a. also known as Noble Drew Ali, set up and established the Moabites, a.k.a. otherwise known as the Moorish Science Temple. So before the Moorish Science Temple was the Moorish Zionist Temple of the Moorish Jews, who are of we, the black Jews, the Ethiopian Hebrews, of the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David. Weep not, behold. Garmawi, Haile Selassie. Weep not, behold. Conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. So we have the historical, factual, first is the history. You see, the Jews, or the European Jews, as Bobby Hammond said, they know their story. They know their story when they're 10 years old, the Jews, right? They learned this from we, the black Jews. So now being grafted into our own, we can say our own natural olive tree. We've been grafted in again, even in these latter days and times, as the prophecy, even in the book of Enoch, concerning his divine majesty. But right here, the main link is, where are the Israelites? Here, after that 40 years, after the 40 years, we're coming to the fulfillment of this 40 years. We have Aharon. Aharon passes on, he dies. Aharon is gathered to be Miriam. She passes on, she dies. Right? We have a new generation on the rise. So with the deaths of Aharon and Miriam and of the older generation, the old school generation is passing on. and we have a new generation, right, on the rise right here. Now Yisrael is on the march. Reminds I of a documentary, a video. Have you seen, have you heard of this video, this documentary, Ethiopia on the march? Ethiopia on the march. Ethiopia on the march of Yisrael. Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Yisrael, O B'nai Yisrael? Yes, Shema. So here it says that the children of Yisrael set forward. They're on the move. Before that, in the last chapter of the Torah portion reading and feeding, chapter 21, we have the march of Yisrael. We have two victories. And Israel sent messengers to Sihon, Melech HaEmori, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. We, I, will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go by the king's highway, until we be past thy borders. This is the word that was sent to say. But Sihon would not suffer Yisrael to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Yisrael into the Midbar, into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz and fought against Yisrael and Israel. Yisrael smote him with the edge of the sword and possessed his land from Arnon to Jabuk, even to the Bnei Ammon. For the border of the children of Ammon was strong. Now we have Ammon. Who were the sons, right? Who were the sons? We say the sons, and it's very kind of mixed up because we have incest, right? Here, according to the Torah. Now I know many Moors or Moorish and modern day, latter day Moabites, they don't like this. They think this is not right. The testimony that we have in HaTorah, but it is right and it's exact, right? Giving us the keys of the historical, right? First is the history, right? And as well as the mystery, so we can see what the prophet eyes see. Because there's a prophecy that is fulfilling, right? And has been fulfilling. We have a testimony of its fulfillment in the 1920s with the Moorish. So when we say Moab, this link here historically is with the Moors, especially in I story, an I narrative. Who are I, the once lost, now found, black and brown sheep of the Beit Yisrael, here in this North Country and throughout the countries in the Americas, right, in the Caribbean, the trans-Ethiopic ocean, enslavement of the once lost, now found, black and brown children of the, yes, Yisrael. Right, even with the new name, right, precious name. See, that word in Amos 9 and 7 is a prophetic word. That word right there is speaking to the children of Yisrael, the B'nai Yisrael, and likening them to the B'nai Kushim, right, the B'nai Kushim, to the children of the Ethiopians. All right, that link right there. So we have historical testimony in 1920s. So in the 1920s, we, the black Jews, were pitched where? We were pitched in the plains of Moab. This is why we have the Moorish Zionists. Note that, because we have the African Zion, the true Zion is the African Zion. So we have the Moorish Zionist temple, and Timothy Drew, a.k.a. Noble Drew Ali, according to the historical record and documents and testimony, his family and himself also attended the Moorish Zionist temple of the Moorish Jews circa the 1920s, the roaring 20s, before he had set up and established what became later heretofore to be known as the Moorish Science Temple. Right? Get that? Moorish science. So scientists, but first we had Zionists, Zion, and this is ascribed in the historical record to we, the black Jews, to the children of Yisrael, even in this North Country, the Americas, the United States of Americas, right? America, this North Country, even here in the wilderness of this North Country, the wilderness of America. Now, just note that link right there. You have to note this right here, and let's take a moment to meditate on this, because what we're showing here is the history, going over the narrative, the Torah portion. What is in this manna? What's in this bread? What's in this word? Well read. So we have the children of Yisrael, right, smiting, right, Sihon, the king of the Amorites, and Yisrael taking all these cities. And Israel dwelt in all the cities of Mori, the Amorites, and Heshbon, and in all the villages thereof. right? For Heshbon. Heshbon was the city of Sihon, Melech HaEmori, Sihon, king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former. See, Sihon, king of the Amorites, he had fought against the former Melech, the former ruling intelligence, ruling conscious king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even to Arnon. So it's very interesting right here, because Israel is dwelling in the plains of Moab, right, and dwelling in lands that was taken, right, back from Sihon and HaEmori, the Amorites. Now, the Amorites are it's very important here, because we talk about 400 years. So it's about 40, talking about the number 4, the significance of 4, right? 4, 40, 400. So, and looking at the 40 years are coming to the completion, but what about the 400 years? In the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Genesis chapter 15, we have spoken of the 400 years. Is this the 400-year prophecy, even in these latter days and times? Even in the latter days and times of the Gentiles, the times of the Anglo-American world order, right? Ones can call it white supremacy in different ways. One's called it according to the scripts, right? Rightly dividing and rightly explaining the science, the scientia, the da'at, the knowledge, the data, right? Because enough ones, they go through the script, but they're not really prepared for the science, the data, right? The data. What's the data? Da'at. Da'at is the knowledge right here. So we both show how this word applies to we, even in this 400th year, as per 2019, as is accounted as a 400 year per 1619, and the connection of Genesis chapter 15 to the 400 year, and also in chapter 15, we have the iniquity of who? The Amorites, HaEmori. We have the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. So the Amorites had taken land, right, from, we could say, what, our cousins, the Moabites, the Moorish, right, the Moabites. Iristically, right, in psycho-spiritual conscious, they are our cousins on that level. It's over as the people of Moab, right, we could say the ancient Moors, according to the scripture, also were cousins in that relationship, right, to Yisrael. Now, let's note this right here. So this is what leads right here, where it says the children of Yisrael, they set forward, and they pitch in the plains of Moab on this side, Jordan, on this side of Jordan, right? Some look at the Jordan in its historical, the metaphysical, but also the application to even that Atlantic, the Atlantic representing that Jordan River, that Jordan River. Now, the Atlantic has been called the Atlantic, the South Atlantic, but before it was called the Atlantic, it was known as the Ethiopic Ocean, right? So on this side of Jordan, right, on this side, so they're right at the edge. See, the children of Israel are getting to the edge. Don't push me because I'm close to they're getting to the edge of the wilderness, and they're just a hop, skip, and a jump from this side to that side, and here's one of the final places that they are at, and they're in the plains of Moab. I think that's quite significant. That's quite significant prophetically when we're looking at, well, who are the Moabites, right? Within that application of the word sound to I and we, and to I peoples and related peoples, even in these latter days and times, in that fulfillment of the 400 year, because remember what it says, even in the word concerning the 400 year, for the iniquity of the Amorites, right, the Anglo-Amorite kingdom, right, these times of the Anglo-American empire, world system, white supremacy, of these other, the globalists, so forth and so on, the world seclorum, world flesh, and the satanic seclorum of these latter days. But scripturally, biblically, it's called the times of the Gentiles, the times of the nations, right, and the head of the nation, right, is that link with the Amorites, and thus the Anglo-Amorite, see the link right there, the Anglo-Amorite of these latter days and times. Thus we have also a link to the relationship of the Moors, as well as the relationship of I to the Moors, or the Moabites, even in this latter day and time. So this is a very, very important groundational study here, just zooming in and highlighting some of the highlights, some of the pressure points, so to speak, of this Torah portion of the continuity, and also its application for I and we in these latter days and time. Now, Balak, he was fighting, he was scared because of Israel's victories. Like, many are scared and are scared because of the victories of the once lost, now found black and brown sheep of the Beit Yisrael. Right? In my father's house, there are many mansions, so there's different camps, there's different groups, so forth and so on. But with this rise of what some would call black Hebrew, Hebrew Israelite, Ethiopian Hebrew consciousness, many who have that good spirit or that mind of Moab. What is the mind of Moab? The mind of Moab is the carnal mind. And what do I and I chant? Rastafari. Every time, I and I want no carnal mind. We don't want no carnal mind. All right, the carnal mind, the mind of the flesh. See, because the mind of the flesh gets Balak, gets wasted. All right, the name, emptier, waster, spoiler, devastator, destroyer. See, Balak fought against Israel and tried to hire Balaam, Bilam, to do what? To curse, to cuss. This is your cursing here. You want to talk about cuss words and cuss this, cuss that. Let's see if we find any of those curse words. When people talk about, oh, this word is a curse, or oh, that's curse words. Oh, don't you curse me. Well, let's see if we find any of these curse words here. Or whether we find what is the nature of the curse that Balak sought to hire Bilam. And who is Bilam? Lord of Lord of the people. Destruction, Bilam can also mean destruction of the people. A pilgrim, a foreigner, a stranger. He was the son of Beor, a native of Petor of Mesopotamia. He was a prophet or a soothsayer of the Midianites. Now, the Midianites are also related people to Yisrael. So that which is similar or has some relation is always not the same. Right? That which is similar is not necessarily the same as not the same. Generally, in most, it's not. But it's similar. So we have the Midianites. On one hand, we have the Moabites, we have the Midianites, and even the text, the Ammonites. So when we look at the Ammonites, it's like the NOI, like the Nation of Islam, the Ammonites. When we look at the Moabites, that's the Moors, the Moorish, the Moabites. Also Midianites, also that connection as well. Into that, we could say that black Mohammedan, that black Islamic, that link, that connection as well. We also have the Midianites, Cold Medina, right? So we have Balak. Now, some people say that Balak was a false prophet. You have to stop on that. Don't stop there. He is a prophet for hire. He's a soothsayer, but he's not a false prophet. Only this. See, he's one that knew he who be who he be. He who be who he be knew him. What is the relationship of the fact that we have Bilam also calling on the name of Yod Hey Weh Hey? What's the real relationship right here? All right. So he goes to the patriarchal times. He goes to even Moshe's first book. Right. What's the link of the Midianites? The Midianites also have claim to what some people call the Abrahamic, Abrahamic faith. Some say Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. You hear ones and ones in the Seclorum speaking these terms. So there is a relationship. Right, but in the latter days and times of dumb, deaf, and blind, sometimes that relationship is overemphasized and key fundamental facts are blatantly ignored. Right? First of all, Bilam, he was a prophet. He was a prophet, not a false prophet. So if you say he's a false prophet, then you say him blessing Israel was false too. You have to check yourself. He was a prophet for hire. That means he knew the truth, right? But his values, right, were amenable for monies and for hire. Like a lot of the preachers and the pastors, even among the lost sheep and black people, many of them also know the truth. They know the truth, or as we say and y'all say, they know the truth. They know the truth. Right? So Balaam was hired by Balak, the king of Moab, to curse the Israelites. Instead, he obeyed the voice of Yahweh, Jehovah, and blessed them. In Numbers chapter 22, verse 5 to Numbers chapter 24, verse 5, this section here. Now, though Balaam could not curse, he was hired to curse Yisrael. Now, those want to curse the lost, found sheep of the Beit Yisrael, black people, and we Ethiopian Hebrews have the new name, Rastafari. Though ones are hired to do that, he could not curse Israel. He counseled with Balak to lead the Israelites. He counseled with Balak to lead the Israelites into idolatry and fornication. This is what happened to black people. That even in our historical experience in this wilderness of North America, the same thing, that ones and ones were hired, right? Even in the church, right? Those who knew the true word of the church and the true God, but they could be hired like Bilam was hired, a prophet for hire, but he could not curse. So he was hired to curse, he blessed instead. But he counseled with Balak to lead the Israelites into idolatry and fornication, that they that they themselves might forsake Ha-Elohim, their true good, their true God, and be destroyed. In other words, the people who could not be cursed. And here is a very good link. He was the music industry. That link with the music industry. And what was his name? John Todd. I think he was one that was exposing the music industry. And I remember there's an audio where he meets a friend or associate, somebody he knew back in those days, and he met up with him and he said, hey, what's the purpose of, the music and so forth and so on, and what they're doing, this conspiracy, utilizing the music as a divination, sorcery, witchcraft. He says, what is the purpose of it? And his friend said, you know what the purpose of it. I'm paraphrasing. He says, is to curse people who could not be cursed. To curse people, in other words, that when they get into that, or that they let that music that has the curse into them, right, then they curse themselves. You know what I'm saying? So the same thing occurred with Balaam and Balak. Balaam, he was a prophet for hire, not a false prophet, but a prophet for hire, soothsayer. All right? Like you have a lot of preachers who are not false preachers, but they are just like Balaam. They can be for hire, right? To do certain things for hire. Because we go through the text, we see Balaam at first he says, Yahweh told me I cannot curse Yisrael. Note this right here. Who was the progenitor according to the scriptures, according to HaTorah, of the Midianites? Right? The link of Abraham and Abraham's, some would say third wife, right? Or we would say second wife. Depends on how we count the relationship of Hagar. But to simply put, let's just say the third wife, some say concubine, Keturah, right? Notice her children. There we get the Midianite link. And there we also get the old-time religion. So Balaam was one who was familiar with that old-time religion. He was familiar with that old-time religion that was good enough for Abraham, right? That was good enough for Abraham. That's where the link was the true. Though Balaam, right, being a prophet for hire, right, could be paid to cuss. So he uses spiritual, you could say, knowledge and his spiritual, being like a spiritual link, a priest, so to speak, but a prophet. Because of knowledge, that's why Balak went to him, all right? Note, to get something similar, note that Midianites, they're related to the family, then the greater family of Abraham, but not specifically in that seed, right? And then also the revelation that were revealed to the specific seed, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 sons, the tribes in Egypt, out of Egypt, Moshe and Aaron, and here, the Midianites were not familiar with. And the Moabites, well, they had already, you know what happened with Lot and Lot. Abraham prayed for Lot and Lot. And it's from Lot that we get these two. So this is all in the family. It's very interesting. This shows how the family lineages, based on their own choices. And here we learn about the spirits, right? Even the inclinations, right? Psycho-spiritually speaking, even of our people and black people, as certain black people might ascribe to the Moorish science, right? Others might ascribe to the Nation of Islam. Others might ascribe to various other, related ways that they can say, well, we are that people too, right? But it says the seed. Note what the word says. The seed, it shall be called in Yitzhak. Right, and Yitzhak. And that seed is not just speaking of the 5-cycle seed, physical seed only, but in fulfillment, even with the Brit Kadasha, we have the psycho-spiritual seed, that ye must be born again seed. So there's a growth amongst the direct seed people who are still together and receiving those direct revelations. So whatever revelations of Yod-Heh, Weh-Heh, of Yahweh, of Hashem that was revealed through Abraham to the Midianites, right, and the 6 sons of Keturah, right? This is what Balaam is working with. And whatever else he heard say, he picked up. But the direct revelation that we have in HaTorah, he is not familiar with. So what we have here is a snapshot of the patriarchal, right, of the patriarchal view, right? The patriarchal view. What we have is a contrast between the old, right, or the old school, right, and the elders in the former generation and a new generation. The same thing, even we have this contrast in the theologies. Right? Here we get the old theology without the upgrades. It's like having an old system without the upgrades. It still gets you online because Jehovah still communicated to Balaam, right? And Balaam still followed Yahweh, at least to say that he did not even attempt, but he could not. Instead, he blessed, and this is what caused even Balak to become stressed with it. But then we have the sin in Revelation, the sin of Balaam. right? The sin, and with Revelation chapter 2, verse 14 also bringing that out. This is where we say that since Balaam could not curse Israel, he counseled Balak to lead the Israelites into idolatry and fornication. And this is what the apostate black and brown church has done, just as Balaam has done. Balaam had done this very same thing. The people who could not be cursed, right, were instead led to curse themselves. This is what's happened to black folks. You say, why all of this is going on with black people in these latter days and times? You know, and this even coming to this fulfillment of the 400-year period of time. Why is this going on? Right? Well, in the same way, we have this powerful lesson right here that the epicenter of it is beginning in this Torah portion, the 40th Torah portion, reading and feeding. Now, Balaam, he belongs to the mental sense plane in man. He is a foreigner insofar as the true Israelite Ish and the Isha, the man and the woman consciousness is concerned. The true Israelite conscious is concerned. Yet he represents that which is in us, a contentious sense nature, the sense nature, ruled by the Satan of the senses, the Satana of the senses, sense nature, contentious sense nature, which, though ever striving for the ascendancy, speaking of the roots of Balaam and the link with Median, it discerns the superiority of Haruach, of the Irit, the spirit, and cannot fight openly. Right? See, many of them don't fight openly against the truth, but they fight against the truth, but not openly. Right? For an enemy. See, this discernment that Balaam represents, however, being of the sense man. When Robenu spoke about the 5 wise, the 5 foolish version, the sense man, right? And reaching no higher in its expression than the phase of the psychical. Some think they're spiritual, but they are only psychical. See, this discernment that Balaam represents being of the sense man and reaching no higher in its expression than the phase of the psychical that is governed by the sense mind. The sense mind. We're talking about the sense mind, we're talking about the foolish virgins, right? No, we're talking about even the 5 senses, right? Some have the 5 senses, but it's only limited. They physically see, so to speak, but they don't spiritually see. They physically hear, but spiritually they don't hear. They physically, right, smell, but spiritually don't smell, right? Taste, right, in a physical sense, but not spiritually taste. And touch in a fleshy, a natural sense, but spiritually, spiritually, iritically, they are out of touch, right? This is deceptive. This is deceptive. It seeks in subtle ways to undermine, adulterate, and destroy the Israelites' thoughts. Right? You may be skin folk, you know, obviously we black people, black and brown people, but are you truly, iritically, spiritually, our kinfolk? All right? See, there's many who rely on, we black people, all right? Like even the Egyptians and the rest of it. This is very interesting because they undermine, subtle ways, they adulterate, and they seek to destroy the Israelite Ish and Isha, the Israelite thought, that are continually struggling to gain a more perfect comprehension. And we find this especially even out here in this wilderness, in these latter days of the Gentiles, even right now, among a lot of other black peoples, right? Other black people, especially the Committee or the Kemites or the self-professed Egyptian Kemites, even the House of Consciousness. There's that. We see that very much with Sarnetta. Sarnetta has this irit, this spirit as well too, where it's in a subtle way, it's coming out more and more overtly. It was even there before. We're just pointing this out as a point of reference, right? Because first is the history, so giving you some historical, some object lessons, right? Some objective reality, right? Not just speaking about, we're not talking about it subjectively, just from our own personal view, but things that are very clear, historically proven. They seek to do what? To undermine, adulterate, and destroy the Israelite thoughts that are more that are coming to a more perfect, struggling to gain a more perfect comprehension, realization, and expression of the truth. A lot of these other black groups, a lot of other groups that claim to be black, they claim to be black, right? But they are not in our divine heritage, right? They are not righteously black, or they are not representing the black righteousness. Over that. In the end, in the fulfillment, all of sense is overcome, and its powers of discernment are lifted to a higher plane of activity. Now, the Moabites and the Midianites were defeated, for the record. The Moabites and the Midianites. Today we have this Moabite and Midianite consciousness even among the lost found black people. The Moabite and Midianite consciousness among black people. But the Moabites and Midianites were defeated, and Balaam who was fighting with them against the Hebrews also was slain. So note even those in social media, and we say, well, if they're fighting against the Hebrews, it's fighting against the Veritas. See, we might say that these Hebrews here, yes, they are Hebrews, but here the facts may not be right here, and here's the proof, the evidence of that. It's iron sharpen iron. But there are others who are fighting against the Hebrews, even against we, the Ethiopian Hebrews, like Balaq, will be slain. We have this in the upcoming Torah portion, Numbers chapter 31 and 8. Some overview here of who's who and who is Balak. What's his relationship to the Moabites? What's the Moabites' relationship to the Moorish, right? Ironically, the Moors, the Moorish. What evidence we have in the black Jews of Harlem, the Midianites, then we have the Ammonites, we already know about the Egyptians, and we see that all of these kindred, we could say, all of them were melanated peoples, right? But we need discernment. We need discernment to see, right? First is the history, and then comes the mystery, so we can see what the prophet eye see, the prophecy. Seen, sight, 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 sight.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes. So when we look at the Torah, look at the scriptures, first is the natural type, so these ancient peoples and nations, but in the new covenant sense, to look at it psychologically and spiritually, these are types, you know what I mean? And even we might find some of these types even in ourselves, and we have to do like the Israelites, we got to run them out. We got to put them out. Remind me when Yeshua was going to raise that girl, and he said that she's sleeping, and the people around were saying, no, she dead, and they started to laugh and started to do different, and he put them outside. You got to put them outside. We got to put some things out of consciousness. But right here, Balak. What's going to play the full right there? That was something called Balak, Black, Block, Balak. Right? Look at how words are. Balak. Right? But if you don't say it clearly, it might sound like black. Black, Balak. The Moors, Midianites, and the 400 years, some of the metaphysics, right? But metaphysics, the wilderness experience, right, of the non-Israelites. Yeah, wilderness experience right there. But here, let's get right into this here, the After the Shabbat podcast. So this is not really, it's Saturday night, but for us looking at it in Yah's way, it's like from the evening time, the eve, right, of Saturday. We can't say the eve of the Shabbat, because the eve of the Shabbat is really Friday, what they call Friday evening. So the mix-up is really the world, flesh, and satanic seclorum. So it might sound a little bit like different than the way it is, because we have to come out of her, my people. But here, we do have a psalm. Right, we might leave the full of the psalm for after the presentation, the presentment here, since we went into that full of Balak. But right here, let's touch on today's daily psalm just ever so briefly. We have Psalm 8. Psalm 8, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, Psalm 8. Let's get a hear of Psalm 8, because Psalm 8 is so great. Shema Yisrael. Here is Psalm 8.
Psalm 8.
מזמור ח' למנצח על הגיתית מזמור לדוד.
O Lord our God.
Adonai, Adonenu.
How excellent is thy name in all the earth.
מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ.
Who hast set thy glory above the heavens.
אשר תנה הודך על השמיים.
Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man, that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man, that thou visitest him. For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth, 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 in all the earth.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
Here.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד.
Oh, here. So we're going to bring the Torah reading and feeding here to the first day service after the Shabbat right here. Once again, hope ones and ones had the time to rest, refresh, be blessed, be empowered to prosper, right? And also to begin the new cycle, the new Shabua right here, and be blessed and be happy, be well, and go in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ. But here we have the Torah reading and feeding Balak, right? Balak, right? Alak. So Balak, it means like waster, or like in a sense, sometimes translated as devastator. We brought in the Royal Amharic and the Afro-Semitic, relative languages to get to the core meaning. Alak, Balak, in like something running out and something being expended, in that sense of waste. So the waster, you may think like he's a waster, he's a devastator. No, he is wasted. Like somebody just wasted. Somebody's like they run out. Like, people say, I'm done. I can't. That's the Balak. Balak is like, I can't. There's that saying that we say, I just can't with you. Yo, I just can't with you. You know how we or some might use that expression, some more times, some just sometimes. This is the sense of Balak, right? Alek, something to be expended, something like to run out. The bait essentia, the be, as a preposition in Hebrew, Balak, in being run out, when he runs out, when he is emptied. Now, how is this with Balak here in the portion? Well, he is a king. That means he has an army, he got people. You see the Israelites doing their thing, right? Kicking ass, taking names like Sihon, right? Sihon and Og, they got defeated, right? The ones that had beat the Moabites and took their land, now the Israelites, a new generation, they're rising up. You have to remember how people were looking at the Israelites, right? The people looking at the Israelites like, yo, this people came out of Egypt, their God or what have you. They came out, but now they're wandering in the wilderness. It's like they're lost. What's happening with them? People were afraid at first. Remember Rahab? Rahab says to to Joshua's spies in the book of Joshua, what happened to y'all? What happened to y'all 40 years earlier? The people of Jericho and the people of the land, they were scared. But notice what the Israelites thought, right? Based on the spies that told lies. They said that we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. Look at this. Check out the psychology, even in the Bible. The spies said, we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. So, therefore, here's what they call projection in psychology. They said, we were like grasshoppers vis-a-vis the other people of the land in our own eyes, right? In their own eyes. Therefore, we were in their eyes grasshoppers. So it's almost like the way they thought about themselves, they projected and thought that the people of the land looked at them same way. And because of that, what it says, fear, F-E-A-R, false evidence appearing real. And that caused them to miss an opportunity. So like 40 years later, Joshua, Yehoshua, and the other Israelites got to find out, wow, how false that false report was. Because Rahab, a righteous 304, she basically confessed and said that, hey, everybody was scared. What happened to y'all? In other words, that tells us that if the Israelites had listened to Caleb, right, they could have just gone in. They could have gone in at that time. So see, the perspective about things is very important. What we can learn from these Torah portions is how we see. You know what I mean? How we see, how we hear, how we perceive, right? And whether what we are perceiving is the reality, right? So here in this Torah portion, Balak, we're gonna go through these aliyot right here. We have Numbers chapter 22 and 2 to Numbers 25 and 9. As we mentioned before, once we hit chapter 11, now we're about 11 chapters later, right? Chapter 22. Once we hit chapter 11 in the book of Numbers, we can call this for the Israelites in the wilderness their bankruptcy, a psycho spiritual, a soul and a spirit bankruptcy, right? Because after that point in the narrative, we start to see everything like sliding, everything kind of go off, like things sliding off track, right? And we get one up after the next, and it leads us down to this point that we're at right here, right? Where the Israelites now of the new generation are beginning to step up, right? But here's where it begins to swerve. Not at this point right here with Balak and Balaam, right? But notice what happens next. But before we get there, let's get right here. We have these 7 aliyot that you see before you right here, those watching the podcast, the screen, and then the second of the 3 readings, right? So normally, usually, if we're in like community, right, on the Shabbat day, right? For those who would observe, the gathering on the Shabbat day. See, in the Torah, it doesn't say that we must go to temple, to church, to synagogue, but in many communities, right, it's a decision of ones and ones for the Shabbat day in a community to come together to hear the reading of the word. Now, for us here on the Ear and the Irit, we say, well, after the Shabbat podcast, and bringing it forward for the first day, kind of like a first day sermon as we get into the new 6 to 7 day study and the new Torah portion, reading and feeding. So basically, after this, we start to pick up with the first, second, third, the basics of the new Torah reading and feeding. But first things first here, Balak, right? Numbers chapter 22. Then we go to Micah chapter 5, focus verses 6 to chapter 6, verse 8. Then we have the Brit Chadasha, the renewed covenant reading, namely Romans chapter 11, verses 25 to verse 32. And want to say give thanks to the fellow co-laborers here, to Ras Sahar Ahad, as well as Ras Ayason Tafari, and even to the other brothers and sisters that, had mentioned that they're going to also seek to bring forth some, audibles as well. Definitely need to get some daughters to, practice, the basics of the Hebrew for the lighting of the lights, for the Shabbat time. But we'll seek to kind of bring forward presentations so ones can, practice and perfect. But right here, the Torah portion outlined before us here. Some of the main things to look out for or to listen for. In Numbers chapter 22, at verse 1, Balak, right, this Moabite king, son of Zippor or Zippor, son of the little bird, the son of the twitterer. This is the son of the son of Twitter, right? Because he's called Balak ben Zippor. Zippor, read from English, it sounds like zipper, but in the Hebrew, Zippor means like a little bird, a twitterer, right? So Balak, son of twitterer, right? The twitter, he is the king of Moab. He summons Balaam to curse Yisrael. Now, even to get a context on the various Hebrew words for curse. Yes, there's more than one. In English, we have curse is just one word. Curse is just one word. But in the Hebrew, there's at least 3 to 4 terms, right, that are generally translated as curse. In the context here, it is to stab with words. The sense of it is like to stab with words, to curse, to stab with words. We use the example of, like if somebody says to you, You'll never be nothing. You'll never do nothing. You come from nothing. You are nothing. This is a way of cursing. Even somebody who's blessed, by hearing all of that, you know, spiritual, satanic disinfo, it might make you actually believe that. That's what Balak basically was seeking to hire Bilaam, right? This cursing prophet, right? This prophet for hire. Like we say, we do not sum him up as a false prophet. And ones who say that he's a false prophet, I get what they're saying, you know, just from a simple KJV reading, but actually from studying the scripture, KJV and the Hebrew, we can't say that because he is pronouncing Yahweh's word. So Yahweh puts his words in Balaam's mouth, and Balaam goes and speaks it. He even says, I cannot go beyond. I must say what Yahweh puts in my mouth. So we got to check these ones who say that he's a false prophet. Well, how can he be a false prophet and Yahweh, the true God, is putting words in his mouth, and he is uttering only the words that Yahweh is putting in his mouth? How is he false? Now, is this to say that Balaam is a good guy? No, we're not saying that. The scripture already points out the way of Balaam, because even though he knew from the very beginning that Israel is blessed, right? And from the very beginning, Yahweh told him not to go. We keep seeing him pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing to go. He's trying to find an opportunity. Why? Because the way of Balaam, right, is the way of Balak, right? He ran greedy, right? Greedily he ran to get that reward, right? Remember, this is how he must have made his living, through people asking him to curse ones, right? Which brings in a whole other area of reasoning, right, concerning Balaam, right? Now, Balaam's problem is not what he's so much directly doing here, because he's doing the will of Yahweh. That's why I say, how can ones be calling him a false prophet? He may be a false person, but at least in this instant, he is a true prophet. Now you know what I just said in this context, in this part of the narrative. Now, what happens later on? Well, because of his way, right? Because of his error, right? And because of his doctrine, he got slaughtered. And in the New Testament, it warns us about the way of Balaam, right? Like the way of Balaam, the error of Balaam, and the doctrine of Balaam. So Balaam and the donkey, next part of it, 2222, chapter 22, verse 22, Balaam, the donkey, and the angel. Now, it's interesting because the angel, right here, the angel is sent and even says that he had come, right? The text says to Satan him, Satan, you know, like Satan to Satan. Now, are we saying that the angel was Satan? No, we're not saying the angel was Satan. But the angel is acting the role of the attacker or the prosecutor, Satan, right? To oppose him, right? Basically, in the text, if you read the text, you might hear some people run around and say, oh, you know, the angel of the Lord was Satan. You know, and that is like what it says, to study to show yourself approved to God as a workman that need not be ashamed. Shame, shame, shame. We got to shame them. We got to shame them.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
You know, because they're not going to really study. They're not going to really study and present it correctly. They should STFU. You know what I mean? No, for real. So we're connecting what the angel is doing, right, with the verb, right, to oppose or to be an adversary in order to bring out the context from the Hebrew perspective. You see, people, when we talk about Satan, right, you know, people got all these spooky kind of ideas. You know what I mean? That's what the Bible said. No, that's what you imagine the Bible say. Let's study to show ourselves approved so we can find out what the Bible, the scripture is really saying. That's why it says study. So there's a donkey, right? Or rather, there's Balaam. I put the donkey before Balaam. Ain't that something right there? Yeah. But the donkey actually, right, is the good one in the scene. The donkey saved him, right? Because she sees something. But it's Balaam, the donkey, and the Balaq, and the angel and the messenger of Yahweh, who is sent to Satan, is sent to Satan him, right? In other words, is sent to prosecute him, sent to be an adversary, sent to be an opposition, right, to Balaam. I think the text says, the Mala'ak Yahweh says, because Balaam's way is perverse. You see, that's how we learn about the way of Balaam. His way is perverse. Because there's many people who know God is God, right? And might have a relationship with God and God hears them and they might do some things to promote God's word, but they might still have a way that's perverse, right? Does that make them false, right? In being like a prophet, speaking of Balaam, or that means that personally in his way, he is perverse. I mean, after all, people say that God can use anybody, right? You know, that's what they say. But God is not going to just use anybody, just like he's not going to like override them, because if he tries to make you do something and you don't want to do something and he is God the Almighty, you just might just drop down dead because you're going to oppose him and his will is going to overcome your will, right? But Balaam, right, he does this willingly, right? But he goes too far here in Numbers 22:22, right? Then he's put on the right track, basically. All right, you're going to do what Yahweh says to do. So then in 22:41, Balaam gives his first oracle. So to those people who say that Balaam is a false prophet, so in Numbers 22:41, what he's saying is false. Yes, is this what you're saying? Or are you saying that what Balaam is saying, because you know it's Yahweh's word, it is true, but he is a false prophet? This is what Yeshua Robbeinu said. Either make the tree good and its fruit good, or the tree bad and its fruit bad. So here we have Balaam's first oracle, speaking the words of Yahweh, right? Second oracle comes up in Numbers chapter 23:13. Right? His second oracle, his second, you could say, pronouncement, right? Second word sound, so to speak. Numbers chapter 24:1, Balaam's third oracle. And in Numbers chapter 24, verse 15, Balaam's fourth oracle. Now, here's what's so very interesting. Let me touch on this for a moment. Right? I think it's around the third or the fourth oracle that this comes up right here. Do we have the audible here? Because you'll hear a lot of people, right, who might say Balaam is a false prophet instead of he's a prophet for hire. You know what I'm saying? He's a cursing prophet, right? You know, he's a soothsayer. That's why Balaam, right, was called by Balak to say something, because what he said, you know what I mean? It's like right now when people are doing some products, like say if I'm pushing some product, some merchandise, right? And there's somebody who's a social media influencer, and I can get this social media influencer, right, to like record some things for my product or my channel, my platform. My thing will probably blow up more because people will look at that social media influencer and what they say is going to really matter. This is similar to the principles working behind why did Balak, right, call for Balaam, right, to curse this people, right? And why didn't Balak, being a king, having an army, why didn't he just go out and fight Israel? Why does he have to curse Israel? You see what I'm saying? You know, it's almost like right now, me and you want to have a fight with me, but I'm afraid to fight you because you beat the person who had beat me and took stuff from me. You beat them up, right? And now you're holding the stuff that the person who beat me up took from me, and now you beat them and took the stuff and you got it. But I want to fight you. I want to get my stuff back. But now I'm like, I need to find somebody in social media to run you down, right? If I could run you down, like stab you with words, right, and make you shamefaced, then that might give me the advantage. Now, then I will go out against you. This is the sense of the curse. Overstand, right? But a lot of people say that he's a false prophet. They like to quote this part from Numbers chapter 23:19. You know, Numbers chapter 23, right, 19, right? Chapter 23:19, where they say God is not a man. You know, people say God is not a man. God is not a man. You know, people say that. Many people say, no, God is not a man. Right? Okay, I hear you. You remember the Israelites when the Israelites came out of Egypt in Exodus chapter 20, right? In Exodus chapter 20, remember Exodus chapter 15. That's the 10 words, but in Exodus chapter 15, the Song of the Sea. You remember Israel came out of Egypt? There's a verse in there. It says that Yahweh is a man of war. You remember that? You remember that there? It said that Yahweh is a man of war. You check that out right there. Yahweh, Jehovah, the Lord is a man of war. He's a man of war. Interesting. But over here, my Bilaam is saying that God is not a man. Well, actually, that's not all he's saying. The fullness. People like to do that a lot of times. It's like the verse is a full verse, and they'll take a couple of words out the verse and force a period there. So they'll say, God is not a man. It says so in Numbers 23 and 19. No, that's not the full verse. Right? What is the full verse?
God, El, 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 is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Do it? Do it? God, El, 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 is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Do it? Do it? Do it? Do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Get good? Get good? Get good? Behold, 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 behold.
Look and see, look and see, look and see. Now that's an interesting sentence for reading comprehension, right? God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Have he not said, and will he not do it? So basically, says that God is not like regular men that lie, right? Then after they lie, get caught in their lie, they got to repent, right? Or what they say they're going to do, they don't do. You know what I'm saying? See, it's context there, because we take that, I've heard a lot of people use it, say, look, God is not a man, right? To prove that God is not a man. Wait, hold on for a moment. But then why does it say over there that he's a man of war? We're going to get into that right there. But this is all found here, right, in this Torah reading and feeding. You know, 'cause a lot of people be quoting from the Bible, right, verses, but they may not have read or understood the context of that verse that they're using like this, but actually in its original context, it meant that. Check. So in Numbers chapter 24, we get to Balaam, Bilaam's third oracle. In 24:15, the fourth oracle. And then in 25 and 1, there's what is known as the worship of Baal Peor. Right? Something goes wrong, right, at this point, right? But we're going to get to this is what's going to lead us here into this upcoming 41st sabbatical study. So we're going from the 40th here to the 41st. So we're at 41 of 54 Torah reading and feedings. Wow, we're coming to the end of the year, right? The holy year, the sabbatical year, right here in this season, right? So here we're at the 40 of 54 right here. So the Torah portion outline, right? The prophets reading from Micah, right? The ruler from Bethlehem, Micah 5 and 2, 5 and 7. The future role of the remnant, the future role of the remnant, the diaspora, the remnant. Micah 6 and 1, El Elohim, God challenges Yisrael. And in 6 and 6 of Micah, what doth God require? Right? What does he really require of us? Right? Is it burnt sacrifices and offerings? Is it religious things? You know what I mean? What does he really require of us? But here, without much further ado, let's get through this right here. Right? Keep it short, tight, and right here, this Torah reading and feeding. Gonna begin off with the Shema Yisrael. Here, this is Shema Yisrael from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. But the full of it is Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. That's the Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Achad. And then we get the full right here. Give thanks, Queen Makeda, Malka Makeda, as well as Melchizedek. He'll bring in the read from Genesis chapter 15. Shema Yisrael.
ידיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך ולכתך בדרך, ושכבך ובקומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Yes, 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 yes. So the fullness right there, the great commandment, Deuteronomy. There we had Deuteronomy chapter 6, right? There we had Deuteronomy chapter 6. You know, brothers and sisters, if ones and ones do a little audible drop, maybe we'll share that here on the air. You know, of these key parts of the way, Deuteronomy chapter 6, right? Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, the Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. He who be Yahweh, Jehovah, our Elohim. Yahweh, he who be Echad. So the full here, the great commandment. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim, Yahweh the one, Yahweh he who be the one. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. And then she chanted and read from verse 4 to verse 9, just, you know, it says one speaking a tongue, right? In the Hebrew, the holy tongue, there should be one that can interpret. So here's an interpretation of what you just heard right there. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka, he who be Jehovah your Elohim, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. These two verses, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 to 5, is what is called the Great Commandment. Right? Remember when the young Torah scholar came to Rabbeinu Yeshua and he asked him, you know, like, which is the greatest of the commandments? Check. And here's the instruction and warning that continues the Shema section, right? Verses 6 to 9. Verses 6 to 9. So the full, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, right, to verse 9. Verses 4 to 5 is the great commandment. And then verses 6 here to 9 is a portion of the instruction and warning. This is the fullness of the Shema. So the opening part that we probably are familiar with, like, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. That right there is the Shema, but it's like the intro, right, to the Shema. The full, right? Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Hear, O Israel, he who be our Elohim. He who be Yahweh Echad, the one. And thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka, thy Elohim, thy creator, thy judge, thy almighty power, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Instruction and warning. Verse 6. And these words, not those words, and these words that I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, shall be in thy mind. Verse 7. And thou shalt teach them diligently, sharpen them. Thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children, to thy sons, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou layest down, and when thou risest up. Verse 8. And thou shalt bind them for a sign up on thy hand, in thy work, and what you do, the work of thy hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes, thy frontal lobe, thy mind's eye, right? Verse 9, and thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. Right there. So right here, make I and I ride up right here after the Shabbat podcast here for Balak, the 40th, check it, the 40th Torah portion reading and feeding right here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, here, Gevir, right here, for this Shabbat Balak. Shabbat Balak, 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 Balak. And here the Rishon, the first Aliyah, 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 Aliyah. For this Shabbat, Shabbat Balak. Here picking up the fourth book of Moses, the Hebrew book that's called Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar. Here picking up with Numbers chapter 22, verse 2. For this 40th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding an annual Rastafari sabbatical studies, and for this Shabbat strong, Balak. Here, the Rishon, the first Aliyah, offering up anaphora for this Shabbat Balak, Senbet Balak. Here, Numbers 22, verse 2. Beshem Ha'ab Wehabein We'ruach Kadosh Yahuwah Echad. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who be, who He be, the One. Here, picking up with the Rishon, the first Aliyah, for Shabbat Balak. Wayareh Balak ben Sipor et kol asher asa Yisrael la emori. And Balak, the son of Zippor, ben Zippor, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of Ha'am, the people, because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the Bnei Yisrael, because of the sons, the children of Yisrael. And Moab said to the elders of Midian, now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field. And Balak ben Zippor, Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers, therefore, to Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of Ammon, his people, to call him, saying, Hine, behold, there is a people come Mitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, out of Mitzrayim. Hine, behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure, perhaps, I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou blessest is blessed, and he whom thou cursest is cursed. For I wot, for I know that he whom thou blessest is blessed, and he whom thou cursest is cursed. And the Ziknei Moab, the elders of Moab, and the Ziknei Midian, the elders of Midian, departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came to Balaam, and spake to him the words of Balak. And he said to them, lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Jehovah, as the Yahweh shall speak to me. And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Elohim came to Balaam, and said, what men are these with thee? And Balaam said to Elohim, the true God, Balak ben Zippor, Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, hath sent to me, saying, Hine, behold, there is a people come Mitzrayim, out of Canaan, out of Egypt, which covereth the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them, peradventure, perhaps, maybe, I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out. And Elohim said to Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them. Thou shalt not curse Ha'am, the people, for they are blessed, 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 blessed.
Yes. Here, Talmudim, fellow Talmudim, take note. Right, I was showing on the screen right there, but over here, take note of this expression: cover the face of the earth. Here is directly in the Hebrew, the eye. I want you to just keep pay attention to that. We'll hopefully can build on this. The eye, right? The eye, the face of the earth in the Hebrew is the eye of the land, right? The eye of the land. It's a curiosity right there. Just want to point it out here in the first aliyah, right? Because we're reading here, but also in the studies, follow-up studies right here. And then we had over here, secondarily over here, here's a second place, the eye, right? The eye of the land. What does that mean? It's ancient, archaic expression. Does it have anything to do with the eye, right? The physical eye. But the eye of the land is here translated as the face of the earth, right? They cover the face of the earth. And also notice this way he says, according to King James Version, curse me, right? Curse me, like damn me now, right? Stab this people, kabab, right? Utter a curse against, right? Against, right? Down here, scoop out in a figurative sense, to malign, extricate, or that is literally to stab with words, right? To shame and bad name this people, right? Shame and bad name this people. Peradventure, perhaps, he says, I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out. So that's his intent, right? Here in the Hebrew sense is, I shall prevail in fighting against them. So you see, before he's ready to fight them, he wants someone to stab them, to diss them, to stab them with words. Understand the psychological aspects of this as well. But here, right? He says, Ki Baruch Hu. Here where it says, for they are blessed. In the Hebrew, it's not they, it's for he is blessed. Ki Baruch Hu. For he, who is he? For Yisrael, as a corporate entity, not they, but we all as like one man, right? As Yisrael, for Yisrael, right, is blessed. But here, no less. Let's ride up the second aliyah. Our blessed, Ki Baruch Hu. Ki Baruch Hu.
Shema Yisrael. Here. Give ear right here for the Sheni. The Sheni, Aliyah. The second aliyah for this Shabbat Balak. Here, picking up the fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 22. Here at verse 13 for the Sheni aliyah, the second aliyah, second offering up for this Shabbat Balak. ويقام بلعام بابوكر ويومر إلا ساري بالاك لكو إلا أرسكم كيا مهنا هو لتتيا لا حلوك إماكم. Here, picking up the Sheni, the second aliyah for the Shabbat Balak. Here, Numbers 22, verse 13. And Balaam rose up. Wayakam Bil'am. And Balaam rose up in the morning. Wayakam Bil'am Baboker. And Balaam rose up in the morning and said to the princes of Balak, and said to the princes of Balak, Wayomer il Sarei Balak. get you into your land. For the Yahweh, he who be, refuses to give me leave to go with you. Ki me haini Yahuwah letiti lahloka imakem. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went to Balak, and said, Balaam refuseth to come with us. And Balak sent yet again princes more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam, and said to him thus, like this saith Balak, ben Zippor, the son of Zippor, let no thing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming to me, for I will promote thee to very great honor, and I will do whatsoever thou sayest to me. Come therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, and Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahuwah Elohai. Go beyond the word of he who be, my Elohim, to do less or more. Now, therefore, I pray you, tarry y'all also here this night, that I may know what the Yahweh will say to me more. And Elohim came to Balaam at night, and said to him, if the man come to call thee, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say to thee, that shalt thou do.
Now remember right there's and of the second aliyah, second reading right here for Parashat Balak. Remember the key is if the men come to call thee. Pay attention. If the men come to call thee. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Of Numbers. Here we are at Numbers chapter 22, picking up with verse 21. And here, Shema Yisrael, Shema. And here, Shema Yisrael, Shema. Here, Gavir, right here is the Shalishi Aliyah, offering up a Naphora here for this Shabbat Balak. Here, picking up with the fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book of Numbers. Here we are at Numbers chapter 22, picking up with verse 21. 21 here for the Shalishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Balak, Senbet Balak. Wayakam bi'lam baboker, wayachbosh etono, wayelek im sarei Moab. And Balaam Bi'lam rose up in the morning and saddled his ass and went with the princes of Moab. Wayakam bi'lam baboker, wayachbo et etono, wayelek in sarei Moab. And Elohim's anger was kindled because he went, and the Malaki Yahuwah and the angel of Jehovah stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the Malaki Yahuwah, the angel of Jehovah, standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way and went into the field, and Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. But the Malaki Yahweh, or the angel of Jehovah, stood in a path in the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the Malak Yahweh, the angel of Jehovah, she thrust herself to the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. And the Malaki Yahweh and the angel of Jehovah went further and stood in a narrow place where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the Malak Yahweh, the angel of Jehovah, she fell down under Balaam, under Balaam. And Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with a staff. And the Yahweh Jehovah opened the mouth of the ass, and she said to Balaam, what have I done to thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? And Balaam said to the ass, because thou hast mocked me, I would there were a sword in mine hand, for now would I kill thee. And the ass said to Balaam, am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was thine to this day? Was I ever wont to do so to thee? And he said, nay. Then Yahweh Jehovah opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the Malaki Yahweh, the angel of Jehovah, standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel, the Malaki Yahweh, said to him, wherefore hast thou smitten thine ass these 3 times? These 3 times. Behold, I went out to withstand thee, because thy way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me and turned from me these 3 times, unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain thee and saved her alive. And Balaam said to the Malaki Yahweh, the angel of Jehovah, the angel of the Yahweh, I have sinned, I have upped up, for I knew not that thou stoodest in the way against me. Now, therefore, if it displease thee, I will get me back again. And the Malaki Yahweh and the angel of Jehovah, the angel of Yahweh, said to Balaam, go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak to thee, that thou shalt speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him to a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balak said to Balaam, did I not earnestly send to thee to call thee? Wherefore camest thou not to me? Am I not able indeed to promote thee to honor? And Balaam said to Balak, lo, look, I am come to thee. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that Elohim putteth in my mouth, that I speak.
Yes. Third aliyah right there. Very, very interesting. Pay attention to the words adversary and withstood. That in the Hebrew is a satan right there. They're there, but not as ones might think. But here, let's go to the 4th aliyah right here for this Torah reading and feeding. Here. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema, give ear right here. For the Rabi'i Aliyah, for the 4th Aliyah, for this Shabbat Balak. Here, picking up the 4th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Numbers. Here, Numbers chapter 22, here at verse 39, for the Rabi'i Aliyah, for this Shabbat Balak. Here, picking up with Numbers chapter 22, here at verse 39, for the Rabi'i, the 4th Aliyah, offering up anaphora for this Shabbat Balak. Wayeleka Balaam im Balak, Wayabu Kiryata Chutzot. And Balaam went with Balak and they came to Kiryat Hutzot, and Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam, Balaam, and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam, Balaam, and brought him up into the high places of Baal, into the high places of Baal, that thence there he might see the utmost part of Ha'am, the utmost part of the people, the people, the people, the people, the people, the people. Here, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book that is called Numbers chapter 23, Balaam, Balaam, the prophecy from the high places of Baal, of Baal, the separation of Yisrael. And Balaam, Balaam said to Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam, Balaam had spoken. And Balak and Balaam, Balaam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Balaam, Balaam said to Balak, stand by thy olah, thy burnt offering, and I will go. Peradventure, perhaps, the Yahweh will come to meet me, and whatsoever he sheweth me, I will tell thee. And he went to an high place, and Elohim met Balaam, Balaam, and he said to him, I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram. And Yahweh, Jehovah, and the Yahweh put a word in Balaam, Balaam's mouth, and said, return to Balak, and thus, like this, thou shalt speak. And he returned to him, and lo, he stood by his olah, his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable, and said, Balak, the king of Moab, hath brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, come, curse me, Yaakov, come, curse me, Jacob, and come, defy Israel. How shall I curse whom Elohim have not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom Yahweh, Jehovah, hath not defied? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, Ha'am, the people, shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the Goyim, among the nations. Who can count the dust of Yaakov, of Jacob, and the number of the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said to Balaam, Balaam, what hast thou done to me? I took thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, must I not take heed to speak that which Yahweh, the Yahweh Jehovah, hath put in my mouth? In my mouth, 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 in my mouth.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
So here, the 5th to the 7th, right here, 5th to the 7th aliots, right here.
Shema Yisrael, Shema Rastafari. Here for the 5th, the Hamishi Aliyah, for this Shabbat, Balak, here picking up with the 4th book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 23, here at verse 13, for the Hamishi Aliyah. Balaam, Balaam, the prophecy from Pisgah, the justification and power of Israel. Here for the Hamishi Aliyah, Numbers chapter 23, here at verse 13. Wayomer Elayo Balak, Likana iti ila makom acher ashatirenu mishama etes katsehu tire with kulolo tire with kabno li misham. Here, for the Hamishi Ali. And Balak said to him, come, I pray thee, with me to another place, from whence thou mayest see them. Thou shalt see them, but the uttermost part of them, and shalt not see them all. And curse me them from thence, from there. And he brought him into the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said to Balak, stand here by thy olah, thy burnt offering, while I meet Yahweh yonder, 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 yonder. And Yahweh, Jehovah, the Yahweh met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth and said, go again to Balak, 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 and say like this. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his olah, his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said to him, what hath the Yahweh spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, rise up, Balak, and hear, hearken to I, thou son of Zippor. God, El, is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Get good. Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He hath not beheld iniquity in Yaakov and Jacob, neither hath he seen perverseness in Yisrael. Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahweh, his Elohim is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. And brought them out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Yaakov, neither is there any divination against Yisrael. According to this time, this hour, it shall be said of Yaakov and of Yisrael, what hath El wrought? Behold, the people, Ha'am, shall rise up as a lion. Great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said to Balak, told not I thee, saying, all that the Yahweh speaketh, that I must do. Here, Shema, for the Sheshi, Aliyah, for this Shabbat Balak, here for Moshe, Hebrew book that's called Numbers chapter 23, here, give ear. Here at verse 27, Numbers 23, verse 27 for the Sheshi, for the 6, Aliyah, offering up Anaphora, for this Shabbat Balak, the Sheshi Aliyah. Why Omer Balak illa Bil'am, Elikana, Ek Acheka, illa Makom Achira, Ulay Yishar, Be'ainei HaElohim, We'akaboto Liya Misham. Here for the Sheshi Aliyah, Balaam, the prophecy from Peor, first item, the beauty and order of Yisrael, the IT, the beauty and the order of Yisrael. For the Sheshi Aliyah, Numbers 23, verse 27, and Balak said to Balaam, Lekana, come, I pray thee, I will bring thee to another place. Peradventure, perhaps, it will please High Elohim, the true good, the true God, that thou, the I, mayest curse me, them from thence, from there. And Balak brought Balaam to the top of Peor, that looketh toward Jeshimon. And Balaam said to Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. Here. Fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book, called Numbers chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahweh, the Yahweh, Jehovah, to bless Israel, he went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. But he set his face il-ha-midbar, toward the Midbar. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel abiding in his tents, according to their tribes. And the spirit of Elohim came upon him. And he took up his parable, and said, Bilam, the son of Beorah, have said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said. He hath said, which heard the words of El, which heard Imre El, the words of El, which saw the vision of Shaddai, the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are thy tents, O Yaakov, and thy tabernacles, O Yisrael, as the valleys they are spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of lean aloes, which the Yahweh hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. El Motzio Mimitzrayim. El brought him forth forward, Mimitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Gibet, out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the Goyim, the nations, his enemies, and shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows. He couched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. He couched, he lay down as a lion, and as a lioness. Who shall rouse him up? Kara'a, Shakav, Ka'ari, Ukalabi, Mi, Yikimenu. He couched, he lay down as a lion and as a lioness. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesseth thee, and cursed is he that curseth thee. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. Hey, and Balak said to Balaam, Hey, I called thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee thou to thy place. I thought to promote thee to great honor, but lo, Yahweh, the Yahweh, hath kept thee back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, Spake I not also to thy messengers when thou sentest to me, saying, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of the Yahweh to do either good or bad of mine own mind. But what the Yahweh Jehovah saith, that will I Give right here for the Shabi'i, Aliyah, for this Shabbat Balak. The 7th offering up, Aliyah, 7th Anaphora for this Shabbat Balak, Sendat Balak, the Shabi'i here, 4th book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers. Here in Numbers, at Numbers chapter 24, here at verse 14 for the Shabi'i, the 7th Aliyah. ואתה הנה הולך לעמק לך איה עצך אשר יעשה העם הזה לעמק באחרית הימים. And now, behold, ואתה הנה, I go to my people. Come, therefore, and I will advertise thee what this people shall do to thy people, be'achrit hayamim, in the latter days. Balaam, the prophecy from Peor. Second item, the messianic kingdom, the messianic government, verse 15. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beorah, have said, and the man whose eyes are open have said, he have said, which heard the words of Elohim, which heard the words of El, the true good, the true God, and knew the knowledge of Elyon, of the Most High, which saw the vision of Shaddai, the Almighty, falling into a trance. But having his eyes open, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not now. There shall come a star out of Yaakov, Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Yisrael, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies. And Yisrael shall do valiantly, powerfully. Out of Yaakov shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, the first of the goyim, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. And he looked on the Kenites and took up his parable and said, strong is thy dwelling place, and thou puttest thy nest in a rock. Nevertheless, the Kenites shall be wasted until Ashur shall carry thee away captive. And he took up his parable and said, alas, who shall live when Elohim doeth this? And ships shall come from the coast of Kittim, and shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber, and he also shall perish forever. And Balaam rose up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his ways. Here. Fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers, chapter 25. The doctrine of Balaam. Refer to Numbers chapter 31, verse 16, Revelation chapter 2, verse 14, and James chapter 4, verse 4. Fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 25. And Yisrael abode in Shittim, and the people, began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab, and they called the people to the sacrifice of their Elohim, their gods. And the people did eat and bow down, worship to their Elohim, to their gods. And Israel, joined himself to Baal Peor, and the anger of the Yahweh was kindled against Yisrael. And the Yahweh said to Moses, take all the heads of Roshei, the Rases of the people, and hang them up, listen to Yahweh, before Jehovah against the sun, that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Yisrael. And Moshe said to the judges of Yisrael, slay y'all, everyone his men that were joined to Baal Peor. And behold, one of the children of Yisrael, one of the sons of Yisrael, came and brought to his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of all the congregation, the aggregation of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, who were weeping before the door, the patach of the tabernacle of the congregation of the tent of meeting, the Ohel Moel. Here, the maftir for this Shabbat Balak, here at verse 7. Wayare Pinachas ben El-Azar ben Aharon HaKohen Wayatam mitoka ha'edah Wayikach Romach B'yado. Here for the maftir at verse 7, Numbers 25 and 7, the maftir verse. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon HaKohen, the priest, the Kohen, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation, the aggregation, and took a javelin Yado in his hand. And he went after the man of Yisrael into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Yisrael and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the Bnei Yisrael, from the sons, the children of Yisrael. And those that died in the plague were 24,000. And thus conclude the Torah Aliyot for Shabbat Balak. Glory be to the word, the sound, the power. Glory be to Ainai Father, Ainai King, Kedamawi, Haile Selassie. Glory be to the first power of the Trinity, Beshem Yeshua, HaMoshiach, Begetachin Na, Bemenhanetachin, Be Jesus Christos. Amen.
Baruch Ata Adonai.
Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari.
You know we are Israelites. You know we are Israelites. You know we are Israelites. You know.
Yes, 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 yes. Shabua, Shabua Tov. Yes, yes, yes. A good, strong first day service here from the eve into the night, for the evening into the morning, right here, here. First day service. So there, went through the seven aliyot for Parashat Balak for the Torah portion, Parashat, the Torah portion of Balak. So right here, here. I want to ask, there's a question here. Was Balaam and Abdu? Abdu, yeah. Was Balaam and Abdu? This whole donkey. Interesting in their Quran is this whole story. I think it's Surah what Aruf, right? Which speaks about a character that some say is like Balaam, because according to the Mohammedan, prophet, the Mohammedans, even their prophet, he took this kind of fly up into the sky. He went up into heaven riding on like a, what they call Burak, something like Burak, like kind of a donkey. It's kind of interesting how these things are, right? Yeah, there's, if I see a picture of a young boy holding like a donkey picture, that is said to be Muhammad Ali. But anyway, was Balaam an Abdu? Was he an Abdu? Right? And is that connection with what is in the Surah? We'll get that right there. But this is some additional like study and research. But here, as we completed this Torah portion, reading and feeding, Parashat Balak, especially in the latter portion, who shall rise up? Did you catch it? We talk about their rise up as an Ari, rise up as a lion. In the KJV, it says, and as a, what it says, a great lion or old lion. There's two places. One says great lion, that's actually Labi, which is lioness. So as a lion and a lioness. And then we have also great lion. I think here it was like great lion. Right here, here. Oh yeah, that's a whole interesting story from the hadith and everything. Like Mahmud, he rode on a donkey, and then they say that some black men rode on Mahmud. Hey, this is just what is written. Just thought it was interesting with his Torah reading and feeding this kind of strange sort of a prophet, right? That's called Balaam, right? Now, the latter portion of it, want to just comment on this before we ride up with the Haftarah, the prophets portion, and the Brit Hadasha. Here for the first day, moving into the first day. Here for this Torah reading and feeding. So here, let's bring up this script. So here we're looking at Numbers chapter 25, right? So here's actually where Phineas kind of gets introduced. Also, just for the record, isn't it interesting that the symbol of the Democratic Party is the donkey? Kind of interesting how they chose the donkey. There's certain universalism, so to speak, like we have water, right? Water. Is water different among these people? Is land different? Is fire? Is air? I mean, these are things that we share in common. So this whole thing about the donkey, right? Just zooming in on this theme of this donkey. Sometimes you got to thank a jackass. You really got to thank a jackass sometimes. All right, what I'm saying? The donkey saved, Balaam saved Balaam. Once again, Balaam, we say, was not a false prophet. That means if he's a false prophet, then when it says that Yahweh spoke to him and commandeered his mouth and he couldn't do those things, and then when he blesses Israel, then that's all false. So let's watch like what we say and really study to show ourselves approved, right? Well, what kind of prophet? He's a very strange prophet, right? This prophet for hire. And his hire was all about cussing or cursing, right? The Bnei Yisrael, so that a fretful, a cowardly, a scared king could possibly fight and possibly overcome them. Oh yeah. Yeah, what you see on the screen is true. Like some people have this idea, but we just studied to show ourselves approved. You know what I mean? Who they call Satan, but the Malak Yahweh, right? According to the text, opposes, right? According to the wording of the text, Satan, Satan's Balaam, because he didn't do as he was directed. He was told that if they come and like call you, if they come and call you, but he kind of ran greedily. So when the angel Lisatan Sataned him, right, or opposed him, or withstood him, or was an adversary to him, or was a prosecutor to him, this is the Hebrew meaning of Satan without the spookism, right? The meaning of Hebraically of Satan without all the spookism, right? Just according to the text. In other words, how they would have understood. Yeah, that's a whole interesting thing. But it's what it is, right? Right. So he rode the donkey, and then according to what they say in their books, right, black men rode on him. Wow. Can't get a ride. Anyway, here we have Numbers chapter 25, right? Right, Numbers chapter 25. Okay, let's get the Abdu off the screen, right? Numbers chapter 25, right? Verse 1, it says, And Yisrael abode in Shittim, right? And the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Now, how do we get from the previous chapter, right? Let's look at the end of the previous chapter, right? The end of the previous chapter is like right over here, the section right over here, right? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So Balaam had to tell Balak something, right? Here we go, verse 10, where it says, And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. Hey, and Balak said to Balaam, like the Nollywood movie, hey, you know what I mean? Like they're soothsayers and others, yeah. So he says, I call thee to curse, right? To cuss, to curse. Let's get a nuance of that right here. I call thee to curse, to curse. Here we go, to kabab, to utter a curse, right? Utter a curse, or more literally in the Hebrew, the spirit of the Hebrew kabab is to stab with words, right? To stab with words, to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast blessed altogether, not just blessed, but altogether. So notice the word altogether is barak, right? And the word blessed, the root word, right, is barak, right? In other words, the Hebrew sense is, and behold, look and see, you have in blessing, bless the people. That's like you really, really, really have blessed them. For real, for real, for real, for real. Altogether blessed, Barak, you have really, really blessed, right? These 3 times. Now, something about the number 3, right? The Hebrew Trinity, right? Shalosh, bless them 3 times, right? And then here, let's notice this here. Therefore, now flee thou to that place. Notice what he's saying. He's like, you better get gone. You better get gone, right? Barach. Now we have the word barach. We use this expression, brah. Yeah, man, and he got out there, brah. Here we have in the Hebrew, barach, right? Brah. Has a sense of like somebody going fast, moving fast. Brah, right? Brah. He said, get out of here, right? You better hurry away. You better get gone, right? Thou, the I, to your place. I thought, check this out. Here's the part, because notice how many times in this narrative does Balak say to Balaam, like, listen, I called you because I'm going to really promote you. I'm going to promote you to honor. This is the King James translation. I'm going to promote you to honor, right? Here he says it after the 3 times. He says, I thought, you know what I was intending to do? I was intending to promote thee to great honor, but that's the English translation. It's like, to give you a medal, or, like raise your hand up and, all that. No. What's been said here is sometimes lost in translation. Promote, kabed, right? To make you heavy, to make you rich. In the context, to honor you also in this sense is to make you rich. That's why we call him a prophet, right? No, we missed the screen right there. But a prophet for hire, right? So to promote thee to great, notice what great, kabad, right? Kabed, right? To be heavy, literally, or to be rich in the sense of to be honorable, right? To promote thee, right? To great honor. Now notice something, if you can see it right here. Notice the word promote is the H3513. The word great is not the usual word for great, but it's 3513. And the word honor is 3513. So this means that when we get to the Hebrew sense of the word, let's see if we can get this. Wa'ata brach leka. Wa'ata, and now brach leka. Brach leka. Brach leka. Get gone for yourself. Ila mekomeka, to your makom, your spot. Amarti. I was, you know what I was thinking? Amarti. I was amaring, right? Amar, like is to say, to speak, to utter, but it also can be used in the sense of to intend. You know what I was intending? Right? Right? Amarti. I was intending, I had intended. Amarti. Kabed. Ah, ka bedeka. I had thought to promote thee to great honor. It's interesting here because they did something funny in the translation. Remember, we said there was 3 times, but if you notice here, the word, the H3513 in the original Hebrew is only twice. Kabed a kabedati. Let's look up. Kabed a kabedika. Kabed a kabedika. Kabed, honor, riches. A kabedika. A kabed, I to enrich, and ka, I would have enriched you. I would have really made you rich. Right? Remember that according to the Brit Hadash, and later on, even in the Hebrew Old Testament, right? It speaks about Balaam that he was like greedy. It implies that he was greedy for gain. Right? He was still trying to get that bag, although every time, right, that he went to solitary, like went on the side, right, solitary to commune with Yahweh, right, Eloheinu, Yahweh was telling him, listen, I'm gonna put my word in your mouth. That's why he's not a false prophet, right? According to this instant, right? Maybe other times he was false, but not in this instant, right? Put my words in your mouth, and this is what you will speak, right? This is what you will speak. So after the first time, right, he saw that Yahweh would bless, and even Balaam said, "Oh man, you blessed them. You know, like why you did this? I called you to curse them." And he said, "Okay, let's go to another spot. Maybe the spot, the location is wrong." And we go over here because first they went to Bamot Baal. They went to the high place of the Bamot of Baal, right, of the Lord, the husband, the owner. And then he said, "Let's go over here. Maybe a different spot you can get this curse going on," right? And same thing happened there. He blessed, right? And then the third time, getting right here, he blessed, right? And now after, Balak is totally frustrated, right? So I'm zooming in on this, right? Make kabod. It says wehine. Okay, here's what it says. Wehine, right? And now hine. So you might hear that sometimes when we bring out the Hebrew word hine. Hine is like to say like behold or look and see. In the Hebrew, it's a sense of look, see, here it is, and here it is. Look, see, here it is. Hain. It's almost like an interjection, like if you're showing something. Look, see, here it is, and here it is, right? Vehine. Me na aka, menaaka, right? Vehine meanaka, right? Menaaka, and he restraining you and holding you back. And look and see, holding you back. Who's holding him back? Yahweh, right? Jehovah. Here, the audacity, right? The audacity of Balak. This means that Balak knew that Balaam had an insight to like a communication, you know what I mean, to with Yahweh, right? He over what's going on. Why did he call this guy to curse and not some other guy? Why can't he use another guy, one of his own? Why can't he curse Israel himself? Couldn't he just curse Israel? No doubt he was cursing Israel, but he thought it would be more effective, right? If one who is like like a co-religionist, right? And in the ancient sense, Balaam technically was a co-religionist with the Israelites. Why? Because the high God, right, is Yahweh, right? Yahweh, even the El Elohe Yisrael. But now, after this third time that he can't get no curse going on, but just more and more blessing, he says, Wehine me naaka Yahuwah mi kavod. That behold, look and see. Like I was thinking to make you rich, But look and see, here it is. Right? Menaka Yahuwah. That Yahuwah is holding you back. Mi kabod. Mi kabod is holding you back from glory, honor. That's one sense. But in the sense here, it refers to riches, abundance. Yahweh is holding you back from abundance. Yahweh is holding you back from this bag that I had. I was about to hit you up, right? But you can't even get a curse going on. Every time you go, I'm all these. Imagine all the bulls, right, and all the rams. 7 altars, right? These 3 times dragging even the princes of Moab behind Balak and can't get right a cuss as of yet. So here's where the audacity of Balak, right? But check this out, right? So Balaam said to Balak, "Spake I not to your angels? I mean your messengers, your malakim, right? Your angel messenger representatives, right? That you sent, right? That you sent to me, saying, if you would give me his house full of gold and silver and gold, I cannot go beyond." Look at the word for the commandment. You see the word for commandment? The English says commandment, but notice what it's actually saying. The mouth, right? The mouth. I cannot go beyond the mouth of Yahweh, right? To do good or bad of mine own mind, his own mind. Look what the word for mind is. The word for mind is lave, lave, or lave. Lave is the heart, also used in translation as the heart. I cannot go right. He says, beyond the mouth of Yahweh, right, to do good, tov, or ra. He's saying he can do tov, good, that which is beneficial, or ra, right? So according to the spirituality, the religion, the belief of Balaam, right, that he could not do more than the mouth of Yahweh. So after they had the 7 altars, after they had the bull and a ram for each of the 7 altars, what did Balaam say to Balak? Stand over here. Let me go speak. Let me kind of like holler at, speak, to Yahweh and see what he's saying. See what we can do right here. And every time, and the 3 times, he came back and blessed. So now he's kind of doubling down. So the question is this right here from the very beginning. This is a question I would ask Balaam, right? If this is so, what you're saying here, then why from the very beginning when Yahweh said, don't go, right? And he says, don't curse them, right? Because they are blessed, so that he is blessed. Why can't he just leave it alone there? Why does he keep finding a reason or opportunity after he's told no to keep go? Why does he keep go when he's told no? Because he's after that bag. So it's kind of funny what he's saying right here. He's saying that, even if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold. Let me ask you a question. If Yahweh said, yeah, you can curse them, right? You think Balaam would refuse Balak's whole house full of silver and gold? All right. So he's kind of funny here, but he is speaking the truth. He's saying that according to his religiosity, his spirituality, right, he cannot go beyond the mouth of Yahweh to do either Tov or Ra. Good, Tov, or Ra, or bad, or evil, of his own heart, of his own mind. But what Yahweh saith, that will I speak. This is one of the most important areas when you see a lot of ones say, yeah, Balaam was a false prophet, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wait, did they really even read the text? So that means that Yahweh here speaking to him is false too. And what he said, based on what Yahweh put in his mouth, is false. You got to watch these people. You got to watch them. Right? That's what it says, study to show yourself approved. Those who say such things, right, need to be ashamed, right, and repent. And he says, and now, behold, I go to my people, right? Come, therefore. Now notice what he says right here. I will advertise, legalize it. I will, ya'at. I will advise. See, here's where people miss out, because we was having this reasoning earlier in the Shabua. We said that Balaam, right, he's called to curse, but he doesn't curse because Yahweh commandeers his mouth and he blesses, right? But then he gives advice, right? This is like going into the doctrine, the way, the error, and the doctrine of Balaam, right? As we find in Revelation. In Revelation, it talks about, was it Revelation 2? What is it? Revelation 2:14. right? Not going to change the screen right now, Chabarim, but it's Revelation 2:14, right? Revelation chapter 2. Let's see if we are right and accurate with this. Let's see, chapter 2 here. Here we're at verse 14. Is this it? Is this it? Hallelujah. This is it. This is the message to Pergamos, right? Pergamos. We have the seven churches, the seven church ages. And here we have verse 14. But I have a few things against thee, right? A few things against who? Against thee. Why? Because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam, of Balaam. The what? The doctrine of Balaam. The what? The teaching of Balaam. Give us the teaching of his majesty, because we don't want no teaching, right? No devil's philosophy. Here it says the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak. Right? So here in Revelation 2:14, it says that Balaam, right, he taught Balak, right, to cast a stumbling block, Balak, a stumbling block before the sons of Israel to do what? To eat things sacrificed to idols and to commit fornication, right? To commit fornication, to commit fornication. Fornication. It's just, the English. But notice right here in verse 14, right? Balaam says, listen, okay, you want me to jet, you want me to flee, you want me to get going, right? Okay, I'm gonna get going, but look and see. I go. No, don't worry. I'm a halak. I'm gonna do my halakha, right? I'm gonna try, right, to my people. But come, right? Come. I will advertise thee what this people shall do to thy people in the last days. You get that? The latter days is like to say the last days, like later on, the last days. Both the last days then and the last days now, because there's the midrash, the dual midrash of prophecy, where some prophecies have happened before, right? And they can happen again, right? It's principle over personality. So right here in this particular verse, notice what it says, I will advertise. The Hebrew word is ya'at. Right now, anybody that knows the biblical Hebrew or even modern Hebrew, you know that ya'at, right? Ya'at actually means to advise, right? Ya'at actually means to consult, like to give counsel in that sense, right? To devise like a plan, right? That's why when we now compare this rate, wow, that's interesting. This is verse 14 in Revelation chapter 2 is also verse 14, where the red letter, Moshiach, as it's believed, says here, but I have a few things against thee, because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak. See, many people when they read Revelation, they'll be like, where in the world, where did Balaam teach Balak? It's right here. But you know why people don't get it? Because of translation. Things get lost in translation. They're reading this and it says, I will advertise thee what this people shall do. I was thinking like, yeah, he was gonna advertise it, like legalize it, and I will advertise it, on that level right there, like, advertisement. No. All right. The real sense of this is, and I will advise you what this people will do in the last day. But he didn't only advise about what will happen, right, in the latter days. He also advised how to undermine them. Basically said, listen, you don't get it, Balak. I cannot go to Yahweh. You can burn all these sacrifices and everything, but it just seems to me my eyes are open now that Yahweh will not curse his people, right? But you know what you can do? You can do something that will cause the people to put themselves in a cursed situation. That basically you can do something that in other words, Balaam said, I can't curse the people. Yahweh won't allow me. But you can do things that will cause a consequence on the people that is basically the opposite of blessing, that will be a consequence, that will be a curse. All right. So in other words, can't curse the people, but here's a way, right, that they would curse themselves. Right. And this is what comes up. This is where this Torah portion kind of ends off right here. So not going through all the details of what Balaam, right, Balaam says even though he calls on three attributes, a trinity of attributes in this verse. He calls on El, right? Right? He said the words of El, the knowledge of Elyon, and the vision of Shaddai. So he calls on these attributes of Yahweh. Yahweh, he who he be, El, the Almighty. He who he be, Yahweh, right? Elyon, Elyon. Elyon is the highest, the most high, right? And then, right, the vision of, right, he who he be, who is Shaddai. Now, Shaddai, they're often translated as the most powerful. It's not really, right, that sense. It's like the nourisher, right? It has to do with the shad. Shad has to do with the breast. So it's like a twofold sense. The Shaddad here is, it says, to deal violently, to despoil, right? But the word shad itself is breast. So in the male aspect, it's like somebody having pecs. You know, when we say pecs, you work out, have pecs. This is like to be burly. That's why it says to be burly, to be powerful, right? And then you could use that strength, right, implied to ravage. But then in the secondary sense, in the more nurturing aspect of Shaddai, is breasted like a mother nourishes, right? Because ultimately speaking about the spirit and the power, check, right? Which can, from time to time, manifest as man or through man or in man. But that's not my point right here. We're going to get into some of these things, hopefully, that he says about the latter days, right? The key thing is, some people say, why you guys got the star of David? Why you have this star? They say the star is evil and this and that. And there's no star in the Bible. They try to, they go to these extremes. Like they might see the star up there and they say, whoa, 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 that's Satan, that's Saturn, that's, no, 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 no. Look at right here, here. Right here. There shall come a what? A star. Now, the simple sense of this right here is Kokab. Right? Kokab is a star, right? Oh, a star, the 6-pointed star is 666. How in the world is it 666? It's just 6 points. Oh, because in your mind you repeat it 3 times. Gotcha. But here the star, right, of Messiah, right? Star of Messiah, word, stars of Messiah, right? Of the brothers, Israel, youth. So some of the ways that star is of God's omniscience, like all knowingness. But here, this prophecy of the star, right? A star rolling, blazing, right? A star. But in the figurative sense, a star is a what? Is a prince. Right? Remember Yisrael, when Jacob was called Yisrael, he is said in the translation, like as a prince you have prevailed. Remember that? As a prince you have prevailed. Yisrael, right? So here in this prophecy is speaking about a star coming out of Yaakov and a scepter, right? A scepter, which is both the shebet, is both a rod, right? A staff, but the word shebet can be rod, staff, depending on the context, like a branch, and it can also be a tribe, right? A tribe of Judah, right? Out of Yisrael, right? And shall smite the corners of Moab and destroy all the children of Shet, right? All the children of shit, right? Who we're talking about here? I heard one guy try to explain this is Seth, like they're trying to say this is Seth from back in Genesis. I'm like, whoa, how are we going backward? Back to Genesis, right? Who are the children of Shet, right? The children of Shet, right? Shet, the son of Adam and Eve, right? That's a different Shet from the one here, right? Is Shet right here. It says what it says. It says the seat of the body in Hebrew. Shet is the buttocks, right? The children of the ass. So notice in this Torah portion we have the jackass, the donkey, and then in Balaam's right kind of final kind of word of kind of prophecy, what's going to happen in the end times. He talking about the destruction of the children of the buttocks. I'm just showing you right here. That's why we're going through this here. Right? Smite through the princes of the buttocks. It's interesting because we say Batiman. You know what I'm saying? At least our Benjamite yard relations. You know what I mean? So let's get this verse right here. Right? Verse, the last part of the verse. It says, We karkar kola b'nei shet. We karkar and karkar. Right? From the core. Right? Doubled over. Right? And shall right? The literal sense is to bore, to dig out, like you're digging for water. The secondary sense is to be cold, like kora, kora. Remember kora, right? The third sense in the pilpel. Pilpel is like when we take like a root word like kar and we double it over. You know, like for real, kar kar, kar kar, like for emphasis. So in this sense, it means to break down, kar kar, right? The kar kar, right? To break down, right? So right here it says with kar kar call a b'nai shet. So the b'nai shet, right? The sons of, right, Shet, right, is not to be confused with Seth, right? Shet, right, is the seat of the body. And you can see right there the buttocks, right? And also in another context, when we get into the root meanings of the word, right, it can bring out a sense of tumult, right? If you go to the sha'ah, right, root right there, to make a crash, to make a din, like a sound, like a boom sound. I was thinking honestly like a fart, right? Right here to rush, to become desolate. But anyway, the children of Shet, we can reason on who are the children of the buttocks. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Ain't nothing new under the sun. Because people are people are people. And also how the children of Israel will possess Edom. The brother of Israel will possess Edom, right? Will possess Edom. This is what the word says here, right? And they shall do valiantly. They shall do chayil. They shall do powerfully. Highly, 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 highly. Chayil, chayil in the Hebrew means power, right? You know, strength, power. Out of Jacob, right? And in Amalek, all the enemies, all the ites, give thanks, Bilaam. But we know this prophecy basically was shown to him by Yahweh, right? But then what was not part of what the vision was his advice. Now his advice, right? We see it over here in verse 25, and Israel abode in Shittim. So they abode where? In Shittim. Shittim means the acacia. You know, like acacia wood. There's a kind of wood they call acacia wood, right? The same kind of wood that the ark, right? The ark of the covenant was made from the acacia, right? The acacia wood, right? And the people began, check this out, and the people began to commit whoredom. So it's telling us after the whole incident, the last time that the tempted curse was going on, that Balak and Balaam said, let me counsel you, advise you. So he was advising that this is the prophecy, but what part does not get written, right, is the part right here, right? Let's go over here for a moment. Let's put Shittim here, right? If you remember in the week, we touched on this in the Shabua, right? And let's put, how is it spelled in English? Gilgal. Gilgal. Let's put Gilgal, right? Gilgal, right? Notice over here, Micah. Right? Now remember, this is what's coming up right here for the Haftarah, right? The Haftarah for this Torah reading and feeding. 6 and 5. Oh, my people, remember now what Balak, king of Moab, consulted. Remember what we showed you about advertise? Advertise. You remember what it said in chapter 20? What's that? That was 24. In chapter 24 of Numbers, right, where Balaam said, come. He said, I'll go, right? Because he told him to flee, get out of here. I wanted to promote you, but you couldn't even curse him. And Balaam said, okay, I'm going to go, but let me advertise. Remember I pointed that word advertise is really the underlying word is ya'at. So over there, they translate as advertise, but the same word in Hebrew over here is as consulted. Consulted, right? Consulted. And what Bilaam, the son of Beor, answered him. What did he answer him? Answer him from Shittim, right, to Gilgal. Now, the last time they tried to curse Yisrael was at Shittim, right? And then they left there. Remember, he told them to go, so everything was a wrap. Yahweh won't curse. Okay, I can't pay you off. Balak knew that, that Balaam didn't curse, and Balaam knew he wasn't going to get nothing. So, sometimes if you're called to do a job, you might, maybe I can't do this job, but you know what I can do? I can give you advice. And sometimes, you'll hit somebody off because they gave you good advice. In other words, Balaam was still determined, right, to get some reward, right? That's why later on in Peter and in the New Covenant scripture, even Revelation, it mentions these aspects of Balaam that overtly you don't see in the story, overtly on the surface, especially in the translation. Here it says, and how he answered him from Shittim to Gilgal. So it's like while they both were trotting, they were reasoning, right? And in that reasoning, the results of that reasoning is coming out in the next verses, right? When we get into Numbers chapter 25, that y'all may know the righteousness of Yahweh. Mhm. The righteousness was twofold in the scene with Balaam, right, and Balak. On one level, the righteousness is that Yahweh would not allow Yisrael to be cursed, even by this one Balaam, right, who is also a Yahweh, we can say worshiper, or he know that Yahweh is Elyon. He is the high God. He's the God of gods, right? Yet right here we have Israel abode in Shittim. So you see how that connects right there? Right? So we have Shittim here, and then Micah explains how they tried it from Shittim to Gilgal. So this means that among the Israelites who had the Torah, right, and had the elders and had the oral tradition, they understood the connection of Scripture, right? So when we see even later on in Revelation, it's not like it contradicts it, but it's given the backstory, right, that was already known. So this is why we have to study, put it two and two together. Now here it says, and Israel abode in Shittim, in the Acacias, right? And the people began, it says, and the who? And the people, the people began, the nation began to commit whoredom. The nation began to commit 304 right? They began to be zana. Zana mean to commit fornication, to play the harlot, right? To play the harlot or to commit fornication, to commit fornication, right? With the who? With the daughters of Moab. Now, what does this verse teach us? This verse teaches us that it was not the daughters that were committing whoredom with other daughters of another nation, but it was the sons. Even though it says the people. Remember, it says in Hosea, say to the brothers, Ami, right? Ami means my people, my arm, right? So to understand, so when we're reading this, we have to read it with context. It's not saying, because somebody might read this and say, oh, even the woman of Israel, like a lot of the Israelite women today are doing such. No, 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 no. No, that's not it, right? It's speaking about the advice, right, that was counseled, the way of Balaam, the era of Balaam, and here we have the doctrine of Balaam in effect, right? So what did Balaam counsel? He counseled this to Balak. He said, listen, you're too scared to fight? You don't want to fight? Well, send your daughters, right? Send your daughters to undermine the soldiers of Yisrael. Undermine the soldiers. Get them to come out to the club. That club you got over there, Baal Peor, right? The Lord of the Gap, the Lord of the opening, right? Yeah, have them come over there and, do the thing. Have them worship. Get the Israelite men to go after your daughters, your woman, right? And your daughters, your woman, they're devoted to your goddesses. And by effect, the Israelites are going to be worshiping, right, the goddesses. And that's going to be a violation against Yahweh's way, because it say that you should have no Elohim Acharim before Yahweh. So right here, that's why it says it was the daughters of Moab, right? Now notice the next thing that comes up. And they called the people. Now, I did not say that it was the goddesses, right? Because most other teachers are not going to bring this out, right? Even though if you read the Hebrew, it becomes very clear, right? And they called the people to the sacrifices of their gods. No, no, no. They called the people to the sacrifice of their goddesses. In other words, the daughters of Moab, they called the men of Yisrael, right, to the sacrifices, right, of their goddesses. Why? Because as a Yahweh worshiper, one who knows of Yahweh, right, speaking about Balaam, even though he's a cursing prophet and a prophet for hire and all of that, he understands certain principles. And he understands, well, the only reason really why Israel can't be cursed is because in Yahweh's sight, they are abiding by Yahweh's principles. But, wait, hold on for a moment. If you can get them, right, through seduction or whatever, because they could always refuse, right? The woman of Moab, but it almost like we say, since when is an Israelite gonna refuse? But anyway, right here, and they called the people to the sacrifice of the goddesses. And the people, some of the men of Israel, right, did eat, right, and bow down, right, bow down, right, shaha. The word bow down, shaha, in the Hebrew, literally, bow down. In the figure of speech, it means to worship, right, right, as it means to worship before the true God. It can mean to worship before the so-called false gods, or more correctly, before other gods, right? Or these goddesses, right? Okay, I know I didn't prove that part right there just yet. So let's prove this part right here, right? Right here. First, this is exclusive, right? As others begin to pick up, of course, here's what's going to happen. Some are going to say, right? If you start saying that, well, it's the goddesses, they're going to say, no, 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 it wasn't goddesses, blah, 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 blah. And then they're going to read, or somebody going to put them up that we're right and accurate. And then they're going to be saying they're going to be a big thing. But check it out right here. Here's the Hebrew, right? Here it says, wa tika reina. Wa tik reina. So wa tik reina, this first word here from kara, tik reina, it refers to females, right? Women are calling, right? Women are calling out. Women are proclaiming, right? Tikreina, like, means like they, females, right? Or are reading, reciting, right? Chants, no doubt. Maybe they had like goddesses chants, songs and music, music like that. There's some music you play in the club. Some music you will not play in the club, because the club is there for, you know what I mean? For certain purposes. Wa tikreina la'am. So the goddess, the woman of Moab, the daughters of Moab, who are worshippers of their goddesses, right? They were calling to the Israelites, right? So when it says watik reina, right? They, females, called watik reina la'am, to the people, le, right? Calling them, proclaiming to them, come on now, we have this feast, this, food gonna be there, woman gonna be there, yo, check it out. Like men, how men are. Like we say, oh, there's a party going on. There's a lot of women there. Yo, there's a lot of bad women. If a woman is telling you that women are going to be there, you're going to be like, even a little more word. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of, bad itches are going to be there, right? Watikreina la'ama le zibchei, right? Elohei, Elohim, Elohim. So here, the word here, Elohim, is their goddesses, but also it means their gods. But since it's the woman's gods, it's their goddesses, right? So here they're calling them to worship, right? Their goddesses, right? Just like you see in ancient archaeology, it talk about all these. There was a bunch of goddesses and stuff like that. Yeah, this is where we see it with the Israelites, and it says why yokal and eating ha'am, and the people ate, right? It's like the men them ate, right? Wa yisha tachawu, and they bow down. Not they just physically bow down, but they worship, right? Remember the old reggae tunes, the roots tune, you don't bend down, do no bend down, right? Bowing down. This can be interpreted in many ways, but to keep it PG, we want to keep it PG, right? Wa yisha tachawu, right? Lelohehen. Lelohehen. So this right here is their gods, right? But it's feminized. Their gods, right? The gods of the females. The gods of which females? The gods of the daughters of Moab, right? And that's why then it clarifies, bringing it all together in verse 3, and Yisrael. So here speaking about Yisrael all as one man. Israel all as one corporate man, right? Joined himself, you see, himself, check, himself to Baal Peor. So let's get this correct. So Balak didn't want to fight. He really wanted Balaam to curse them, to stab them with words, right? And if he was able to do that, then Balak felt that he would then be able to go and fight. We should show that earlier when he said overcome them. Really, literally in the Hebrew, he would be able to fight with them, right? So, right, at this particular point, none of that was able to be done, no cursing, right? But the advice was send out, pimp, and prostitute your daughters. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Pimp and okay, get how dirty this is here, in a sense, right? Israel beat the ones who beat the Moabites and took back the land that was Moabite lands for themselves because they beat the Amorites, right? Because it says that Balak saw all that Israel had done, right? They are successful in battle, right? So he could just he didn't have to get somebody to curse, he could just go fight, right? But somehow he don't feel confident enough, right? Well, would you? Right? The person that beat you up and took your lunch money, right? It gets beaten up by another person that beat them up and take the lunch money that was taken from you. Are you strong enough, confident enough to beat the one who had beat the one who had beaten you and taken your money? That's the situation, right? Somehow bring him down, curse him, shame them, curse them, and then I'll be able to fight. But because that was not able to be done, they went from Shittim to Gilgal, and no doubt was reasoning, right? And Balaam, being a Yahweh's worshiper, Yahweh worshiper, right, must have understood some principles, right, with Yahweh. No other Elohim before him. So therefore, if you can get the Israelites to worship, right, other Elohim other than Yahweh Eloheinu, but how are you going to get the Israelites to do that? The oldest trick in the book, the oldest profession, they say, right? Prostitution, they say, is the oldest profession. Or maybe among some people, right? What we have right here is an example of it. And Israel joined himself to Baal Peor. But wait, hold on for a moment. Who is Baal Peor? Right? Baal Peor is the pimp of the gap. Baal Peor is the Lord of the Baal here in the context that is being used, right, is the pimp, right? So there's the God that the Moabites worship, Baal, right? The term Baal just means owner and husband. The term means owner and husband, right? But for the other peoples, this was the name and attribute of the God, the deity, the devil, the demon that they was worshiping, the pimp, right? So when it says Lord of the Gap, it means the pimp of the gap. So you see the connection with the male, right, and the female, the woman that were doing the service that the Israelites were worshiping and bowing down and worshiping and bowing down, what I mean? Bowing up and down. You get the idea, right? The deity, right, worshipped at Peor, right, with probable, right? They say probable, but archaeology has proven this, right? Licentious rights. Licentious, like hypersexual things. Like things that you would see. You remember that movie? What was that movie that everybody was talking about? That movie, what was that movie? I can't remember the name of that, but where everybody's wearing the mask, like what they call the quote Diddy parties. But before that, there was that. Oh man, some of you are probably shouting out the name. You got the name of that. I think it was Stanley Kubrick movie, whatever. Yeah, yeah. But those kind of things where people are just getting down, doing all kind of stuff. Like kind of what goes on in Vegas stay in Vegas. What goes on in the Baal Peor stays in the Baal Peor, right? So Baal as a word in Hebrew means Lord, right? Here in the context of the Phoenicians and Canaanites, right? So the term husband, right? If somebody says, yeah, you know about my God, and you're like, who's your God? Oh, my God is husband. Husband who? No. That's the name of the God, husband. Oh. Your God is husband God. Or another person said their God is wifey. Wifey. I have a wife. No, not your wife. Our God is the wifey. This is the sense of Baal, right? Because here, let's scroll down here so you can get a better context of. You see, in its root sense, it means owner, husband, or Lord. In fact, in the Hebrew idiom, a bird is called the Lord, the Baal Kanaf, right? A term poetically in Hebrew for bird is Baal Kanaf. Does that mean the bird is Baal? No. You stupid? No. Baal in that sense means the owner of, right? Just like Baal Peor, right, means the owner of the gap. Well, the gap referring to the woman, the prostitutes, the daughters of Moab's gaps and everything. This means that the Baal is the who? Is the pimp. Now, how do they worship them? Because they pay money to engage in all of this obscenity. Think about it, right? Just like with one worship, they bring an offering. They pay some, you check, right, to get a certain service. Check. And Israel joined himself to Baal Peor. He joined himself to, keep it simple, keep it plain, keep it PG, to the Lord of the Gap. The Gap, go figure. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Israel, right? Mainly against the sons and the men them. Because think about it in a sense. Most times, why would a woman go to a strip club? She may be freaky or whatever, but generally it's the men that go there. The women that go there, well, they are what they call it, sex workers, right? So basically, the daughters of Moab became these sex workers that were sent out, right, to what's it called? Mm, the term is escaping me right now, but basically to compromise. Let's put it like that, to compromise the sons of Israel, right? Think about it. Don't they do this a lot of times? Right? Don't they say before a fight, like in boxing, they used to say back in the days that they might have changed this, I don't know, but back in the days they said that the man should stay away from certain activity, so you have all of his strength, so to speak. And Yahweh said to Moshe, take all the heads of the people and hang them, right, before Yahweh against the sun. You see what it says, against the sun? Right? Like in the face, basically hang them pointing to the east, right? When you hang them, right? When you lynch them, have their bodies facing the east, facing the sun, right? That the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Israel, right? And Moshe said to the Shoftim, the Shoftei Israel, the judge of Israel, slay every one his men. Why does it say his men? Because among the 12 tribes, there were judges amongst each tribe, right? And therefore, the judges among this tribe, who was down with this. Who was going up to Baal Peor, going to the hole in the rock strip joint and everything. Get them, slay them, right? Slay every one of his men that were joined. Look at the word join, samad, that were fastened, that were attached, right? That were fit, that were hitched up. Nowadays, they be like a hookup. Some people say like a hookup. Back in the day, they'd be like a booty call. But here, they're like a hookup, right? Hookup. They was hitched up. So even the language from a Hebrew perspective is kind of being very plain, right, with what's going on. It might be lost in translation, but it's very plain that we're hitched up, right, to Baal Peor, that we're hitched up to the pimp of the opening, the pimp of the gap, right? And behold, one of the B'nai Yisrael, right, one of the sons of Israel, right, came and brought to his brethren a Midianitish woman. Now, over this, let's scroll back, right? Let's go over here. Hold that verse. Scroll back. Look at the first verse. Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. The daughters of who? Moab. But then we scroll down here to verse 6. That means now the Midianites are sending their woman as well. The Midianites are sending their woman as well. What's going on here? Right? Remember, in the beginning of the narrative, it talk about Balak is a Moabite, and then the Midianites and the Moabites, and Balaam is among the Midianites. So they all are down. They're conspiring this way, right? Notice they could have just got up and fought Israel. But instead of fighting Israel, they was willing to send their woman, right? Send their woman, like pimp out, and well, their woman probably were already whores anyway, just to keep it a buck and everything. But still, you understand? It's kind of really interesting, but it's really real too. This really, really does happen, right? Somebody, I don't want to even get into it. And brought to his brethren a Midianitish woman, right? In the sight of Moshe. So now check out what's happening. So they already got, after the attempted cursing failed, this advice was done, and then it was set in motion. This plan was set in motion, right? The Israelites started hooking up, you know, with the daughters of Moab, and then the daughters of Midian, no doubt, got in on it, you know, at this hole in the rock and everything, you know what I mean? And Yahweh, right, recognizing this, right, that brought out his anger and the consequence of what a curse would have been if Yahweh had permitted Balaam to curse, basically happened by the Israelites, or by the action of by the advice of Balaam and and Balak, and by their action of sending their woman. Right now, after many ones were deaded on, right, many ones were hung, many ones were slain for participating, right, not in so-called casual fornication, but according to the context, because these ones were devoted, right, to other gods, right, and then the Israelites, in order to, I can say, get in, to fit in, had to also submit to what essentially was worship to these other gods, right? That brought out the wrath, the covenantal wrath and consequence of the covenant. And that's why many were killed. Now, after many were killed, Israel was weeping. You know, can you imagine? People's sons and people's brothers were had to be deaded on, you know, because of what had happened, right? And now they're all lamenting and weeping, right? And then one Israelite guy is just strolling through, and he's bringing to his notice notice this, the language. He brought to his brother with a Midianitish woman. 'Cause I'm bringing a woman to my homie over there, right? What do you think is going on? Some pimping and hoeing and pimping? Yeah, right? In the sight of Moshe. So Moses and them was right over there, and these guys going about, and we could tell, well, who was that? Some Midianite one? What is doing? He's bringing to that dude over there in the tent. What? In the tent? We are weeping, we are lamenting, right? Because Israel has ucked up again. Israel has ucked up, has messed up again, right? The boldness of it, right? Right? You know what I mean? The boldness in the sight of all the congregation of the sons of Israel. So they wasn't doing it secretly, like sneaking in a woman, but like boldly. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like you in your family home, and you bringing in, as a man, you bringing in like an obvious prostitute, right? Right past your living room, everybody's weeping, but your brother and everything got killed for the same act, and you just doing that right there. That's how bold this was, right? That's why it says, who were weeping before the Petach. They were weeping before the Petach, like the door, the opening of the tent, the tabernacle, almost like before Yahweh's house, you know what I mean? His residence in camp of the tabernacle of the congregation. And here's where we get the introduction of Phineas, coming out with the Phineas Torah, the Phi Nahas, Pi Pi Phi Nahas. Here we have Phineas, the mouth of brass, right? Zeal, right? The zeal of the Lord. But now notice something about this word. You see down there? Nahas, Phineas. The second part of his name means, in one sense, serpent, and in the other sense, brass. You remember the previous Torah portion about the brazen serpent and the fiery serpent? Now we have a man here whose name is Phi Nahas, or Pi Nahas. Now Phi Fe comes from the word peh. Remember the word peh, mouth? Remember when Balaam said that he can't go beyond the commandment? The Hebrew is the mouth of Yahweh. Now here we have this one, Phineas. Now notice his name means brazen mouth. It means brazen mouth, or even serpent mouth, to say brazen mouth. But notice something about Phineas when we get into the Phineas Torah portion. He doesn't say a thing. He doesn't speak. You notice that? His name, right, from a Hebrew perspective, means brazen mouth, or mouth of the serpent, bold mouth, brazen mouth. Because the word nahas, right? Let's bring that out again, right? Let's bring it out again, right? So down here, right, we have nahash, serpent, right? And a variation of nahash, serpent, snake, right? A variation nahas, right? Like nechoshet. So nechoshet, brass, nahash can be serpent, right? Directly, and also figuratively brass, right? So just keep that in mind right there, right? So his name can be interpreted as mouth of a serpent, if you want to be literal, right? Or as it is figuratively brought out as mouth of brass, right? Mouth of brass, P, Nahas, Phineas, right? Mouth of the serpent, or serpent mouth, brazen mouth. But if you notice in the Phineas Torah portion coming up, Phineas does not say a thing. This is so beautiful. He don't say a thing, right? Because the whole point is his zeal, right? So Phineas, the son of Eleazar, right? The son of Aharon, HaKohen. Remember, he is the son of the one who at this time is the high priest, right? Speaking of Eleazar, the anointed, and the high priest, son of Aaron, the priest. He saw, he rose up from among, notice, his name means brazen mouth. He didn't see it and then started saying, hey, what is this? This is not should be. No, notice, according to the text, he saw, he got up from among the congregation that was weeping and worshiping, and he took a javelin, right? He got his tool, he went and got the strap, Romach, he went and got the Romach, right? The Romach, right? We're going Roman. We need some roaming minutes, right? The javelin that's just brought out here, Romach, right? The lance, the buckler, the javelin, the lance, the spear, the Romach, and he took a Romach, big yado in his hand. What did he do? Right? Did he threaten? No, he went after the man of Israel, right? Into the tent and thrust both of them through. So notice there was one brethren or one man that was bringing a Midianite woman to a next man. You have to keep that in mind. Just visualize like you're watching a movie, right? Right? So he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through. How can he thrust both of them through? Oh, really? Yeah, of course. They had to be very joined. They were joined together. By this time he got up, they were already in the tent joining up. They were linking up, right? Therefore, it made it easy for him, right, to shoot both of them at one time, right, to thrust both of them through, right? The man of Israel, right? The who? The man of Israel. And remember, when it uses the word man here, it uses the term not Adam, but Ish. So this shows us in the Hebrew that he was not just a regular man, but he's a man of standing, of status, like a man of a name, And the woman threw her belly, right? Back to back and belly to belly, right? So the plague, look at this. There was a plague going on, right? There was a Magefa. There was a plague, right? Think about it. They were doing all this fornication with these unknown 304s in a hole in the rock called Baal Peor, right? Definitely a lot of uncleanness going on. Ones were catching disease, ones were getting slaughtered, ones were getting hung up. This was a plague, right? But after this act of Phineas, right, the plague was stayed. The plague was atzar. It was restrained, right, from the Bnei Yisrael. And then it tells us right here to close out the 40th Torah reading and feeding. Remember, we're coming right here in the Torah reading and feeding. In the narrative, we're coming to the fullness of the 40 years at this 40th Torah portion. Here's where we're coming to this fullness right here. And those that died of the plague, right, that died of the Magefa, right, the blow, the slaughter, the plague, the pestilence, right, most dangerous diseases, were 20 and 4,000. So because of this one incident here at Shittim and Baal Peor, 24,000 had died. Chant. Talk about one fool make many. So right here, just want to bring out a little bit of that right there. We're coming up with the Phineas Torah portion, right, from verse 10, right? Numbers chapter 25 and 10. Phineas for this new Shabuah, right? Shabuah Tov, Shabuah Tov. Who we be, we be the Israelites.
You know we are Israelites. You know we are Israelites.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Okay, so right here we're moving forward right here for the first day. Prophets reading Micah chapter 5, verse 6 to chapter 6, verse 8. Some of the themes here: the ruler from Oh, I don't have it even on the screen. Sleeka. Here we go right here. So for the Torah reading and feeding, going through the 7 aliyot, a little derasha, a little study on the last part for continuity purposes. Here we have the prophets reading the Haftarah, Micah chapter 5, verse 6 to chapter 6, verse 8. And then we'll seal up with the Brit Chadasha reading and feeding from Romans chapter 11, focus verses 25 to 32. Some of the themes here is the ruler from Bethlehem in 5 and 2, 5 and 7 with Micah, the future role of the remnant. In Micah 6 and 1, Elohim challenges Yisrael. El challenges Yisrael. And in Micah 6 and 6, what doth Elohim, what doth God require? What does he require of I and I? So right here, picking up right here for the Haftarah, Micah chapter 5. Micah chapter 5, verse 6. Micah chapter 5, verse 6. Here. Let's get the prompt. Here we go.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Book of Micah, chapter 5, verses 6. This is chapter 6, verse 8. Hesa ma'ab wa wale mefesa kadus ahad umlak. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles, in the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who, if he go through, both treadeth down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. Thine hand shall be lifted up upon thine adversaries, and all thine enemies shall be cut off. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahweh Buruku, that I will cut off thy horses out of the midst of thee, and I will destroy thy chariots. And I will cut off the cities of thy land, and throw down all thy strongholds. And I will cut off witchcrafts out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. The graven images also will be cut off, and thy standing images out of the midst of thee, and thou shalt no more worship the work of thine hands. And I will pluck up thy groves out of the midst of thee, so will I destroy thy cities. And I will execute vengeance in my anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard. Amen. Chapter 6. Hear ye now what Yahweh Baruch saith. Arise, contend thou before the mountains, and let the hills hear thy voice. Hear, O ye mountains, Yahweh's controversy, and ye strong foundations of the earth. For Yahweh have a controversy with his people, and he will plead with Yisrael. O my people, what have I done to thee? And wherein have I wearied thee? Testify against me. For I brought thee up out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed thee out of the house of servants. And I sent before thee Moshe and Haron and Miriam. O my people, remember now what Balak, king of Moab, consulted, and what Balaam, the son of Beor, answered him from Shittim to Gilgal, that ye may know the righteousness of Yahweh Baruch. Wherewith shall I come before Yahweh, and bow myself before the high Elohim Baruch? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves of a year old? Will Yahweh be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He has showed thee, O man, what is good, and what Yahweh Baruch doeth require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy Elohim, Buruku. Amen. Kebole Kwalu, Kebole Demsu, Kebole Khailu, Kebo Ketamawi Haile Selassie Nugus Nigga Ethiopia, Sumi Ikizi Abehera, Besem Nigizi Abehera. Amen.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes, 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 yes. The Haftarah, the prophet's reading right there from Micah. Yes, shew thee, O man, what is good? What's good? What's good? What's good? He shew thee, O man, what is good. And what doth Yahweh require of thee but to do justly? To do what? To do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy Eloheka, right? To humble thyself to walk. The Hebrew sense to humble yourself to try, right? We got to humble ourselves to try. So right here, so right here to the Romans, reading from the Brit. Here we have the Brit Chadash and Adis Kidan, Romans chapter 11, right? Chapter 11, focus verses 25 to 32, 25 to 32. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant reading for RSS 40, Balak, the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 11, verse 25 through 32. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab V'Habein V'Ruach HaKadosh Yahovah Ahad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who he be, the one. Romans chapter 11, verse 25, Kaf He, verse 26, Kaf Wow. Ki lo akached mikem achai et hasod hazeh, pen tehyu chakamim be'anekem, שישראל בא לידי טמטום הלב למקצותו עד כי יכנס מלא הגויים, וכן כל ישראל יוושעו ככתוב, ובא לציון גואל וישיב פשעה מיעקב. For I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, that ye should be wise in your own conceits, that blindness in part is happened to Israel, until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. Israel is yet to be saved nationally, and so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written, there shall come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob. For this is my covenant to them, when I shall take away their sins. As concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sakes, but as touching the election, they are beloved for the patriarchs, for the fathers' sakes. For the gifts and callings of Elohim are without repentance. For as ye in times past have not believed Elohim, yet have now obtained mercy through their unbelief, even so have these also now not believed, that through your mercy they also may obtain mercy. For Elohim has concluded them all in unbelief, that he might have mercy upon all. Kabarulakalu, Kabaruladimtu, Kabarulachailu, Kabarulakedamawi, Haile Selassie, Beyesus Christos Sim. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power, glory to Abinu Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. So right here after the Shabbat here, Shabbat seal, going to a new Shabua right here, dub of the Nazarene, Sabbath seal, Psalm 144, as well as the word of Bracha, blessing, and empowerment to prosper for a new Shabua. 144 right here, dub of the Nazarene.
Psalm 144. Blessed be the Lord my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight. My goodness and my fortress, my high tower and my deliverer, my shield, and he in whom I trust, who subdueth my people under me. Lord, what is man that thou takest knowledge of him, or the son of man that thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that passeth away. Bow thy heavens, O Lord, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning and scatter them. Shoot out thine arrows and destroy them. Send thine hand from above. Rid me and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God. Upon a psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises unto thee. It is he that giveth salvation unto kings, who delivereth David his servant from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose God is the Lord.
Yes. The Sabbath seal Psalm 144. The idea after the Shabbat calm, 6 days work, 1 day rest. The cycle begins again, and there's a bracha, a blessing, and empowerment, even in this psalm right here. Business and work is another form of war, but even more so from the Torah reading and feeding we had, the strange children, all of that. It speaks to that. One more version, dub right here. Shabbat seal song beginning bracha blessing for a new Shabbat, a new cycle.
Boy, everything takes time. Hebrew, boy, everything takes time. Hebrew, boy, everything takes time.
Be firm, be firm, be firm, be solid, solid as a rock. Here, look at Hebrew right here, here, dub wise, be wise.
Psalm 144.
מזמור קמ"ד לדוד, לדוד.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, my strength, my strength, my strength.
ברוך אדוני צורי, צורי, צורי.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight.
ברוך אדוני צורי, המלמד ידיי לקרב, אצבעותיי למלחמה, 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 למלחמה.
My goodness and my fortress and my fortress and my fortress and my fortress.
חסדי ומצודתי, מצודתי, מצודתי, מצודתי.
My high tower and my deliverer, my deliverer, my deliverer, my deliverer.
משגבי ומפלתי, מפלתי, מפלתי, מפלתי.
My shield and he in whom I trust, trust, trust.
מגיני ובו חסיתי, 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 חסיתי.
With my people under me, people under me, people under me, people under me.
הרודד עמי תחתיי, 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 תחתיי.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
אדוני, 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 אדוני.
What is man that thou takest knowledge of him, knowledge of him, knowledge of him, knowledge of him?
מה אדם ותדעהו, 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 ותדעהו.
Or the son of man that thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that passeth away. Bow thy heavens, O Lord, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning and scatter them. Shoot out thine arrows and destroy them. Send thine hand from above. Rid me and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God. Upon a psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises unto thee. It is he that giveth salvation unto kings, who delivereth David his servant from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose God is the Lord.
Adonai, 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 Adonai.
Yes. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua to come. Shavua Tov. Yes, Chavarim. May we humble ourselves to walk in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ. Humble I and I self. Yes, sir. Lion of Judah Society.
Seek ye the one who comes first. I'm very glad we have passed the worst. Send for a doctor or a nurse. I'm thirsty, 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 Lord. We're thirsty. is a pot for you. We're living in the pants of hell. Some big belly out there, and they are doing very well. So humble yourself, my brother. Humble yourself, I say. Say humble if you're humble. Whoa, humble if you're humble. Humble if you're humble. How did you humble if you're humble? Row if you're row ahead. Whoa, Natty. Oh, now.
Lion of Judah Society.
The one who come first. I'm very glad we have passed the word. Send for a doctor or a nurse. I'm thirsty, 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 Lord. You're thirsty, 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 Lord. You're thirsty, 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 Lord. You're thirsty. You're living in the fire. Hell in the fiery furnace. We're living in the fire. Hell in the fiery furnace. It's like a blaze of hot fire. We're living in the pans of hell. Some big belly out there, they are doing very well. Humble yourself, my brother. Humble yourself, I say. Whoa, Natty, Natty. Humble if you humble. Whoa, now. Humble if you humble. Humble if you humble. Why won't you humble if you humble? Humble if you humble. Why won't you humble if you humble? A little water can quench my thirst. Things getting from bad to worse. Send for a doctor or a nurse. The thirsty, thirsty, thirsty Lord. The thirsty, thirsty, thirsty Lord. The thirsty. Whoa, na na.
We have shewed thee, O man. What is good? What's good? What's good? What's good? And what doth Yahweh require of thee? I. But to do justly, righteously, justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with Eloheka, with thy Elohim. Humble thyself to walk. The Hebrew context, humble thyself to walk. That was Winston Jarrett right there with humble yourself. Humble yourself. Now I'm thinking it's about fiery furnace, almost like Daniel and the three youths in the fiery furnace, but the humble I thyself. Yes, I. More fire, more fire, more fire. But here for this first day coming forward for this new Shabua and the new Torah reading and feeding Phineas. Pai Nahas, the mouth of brass. Nahas, Nahash, right? Nahas, get it? Nahas, right? Nahas, brass, Nahash, serpent, right? So the mouth of the serpent, one context, but here, brazen mouth, and the thing about Phineas is that zeal. Now even the scripture speaks about it's good to have zeal, but zeal with knowledge. It says the Israelites, we have a zeal, right? But not according to da'at, knowledge. So let's study to show ourselves approved. But here, we have today's daily psalm, at least for the first day, just to touch on it briefly. For the Shabbat day, we had Psalm 8, right? But here for this first day, right, we have Psalm 18. Now, Psalm 18, this is the prayer of Dawid, prayer of David. Here, this prayer of David, right? Shema Yisrael for this first day, Shavua Tov, Yom, day Harishon, day of the first day, Yom Harishon, Tov, good.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 18.
מזמור י"ח למנצח לעבד אדוני לדוד, אשר דיבר לאדוני את דברי השירה הזאת, ביום הציל אדוני אותו מכף כל אויביו ומיד שאול. ויאמר.
I will love thee, O Lord, my strength, my strength, my strength.
ארחמך אדוני חזקי.
The Lord is my rock, my rock, my rock.
אדוני סלעי.
My fortress.
ומצודתי.
My deliverer.
ומפלתי.
My God.
Eli.
My strength in whom I will trust.
צורי אחסבו.
My buckler.
מגיני.
And the horn of my salvation.
וקרן ישעי.
And my high tower.
משגבי.
I will call upon the Lord who is worthy to be praised.
מהולל אקרא אדוני.
So shall I be saved from mine enemy.
ומן אויבי יבשע.
The sorrows of death compassed me, and the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him even into his ears. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub and did fly. Yea, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. At the brightness that was before him, his thick clouds passed, hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the highest gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire. Yea, he sent out his arrows and scattered them, and he shot out lightnings and discomfited them. Then the channels of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered at thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of thy nostrils. He sent from above, he took me. He drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, for they were too strong for me. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He brought me forth also into a large place. He delivered me, because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands hath he recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. I was also upright before him, and I kept myself from mine iniquity. Therefore hath the Lord recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful, With an upright man thou wilt show thyself upright. With the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward thou wilt show thyself froward. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but wilt bring down high looks. For thou wilt light my candle. The Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by thee I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all those that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arm. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up, and thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps unto me, that my feet did not slip. I have pursued mine enemies, and overtaken. Neither did I turn again till they were consumed. I have wounded them, that they were not able to rise. They are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength unto the battle. Thou hast subdued unto me those that rose up against me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Thou hast delivered me from the strivings of the people. And thou hast made me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. As soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. The strangers shall submit themselves unto me. The strangers shall fade away and be afraid out of their close places. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. It is God that avengeth me, and subdueth the people unto me. He delivereth me from mine enemies. Yea, thou liftest me up above those that rise up against me. Thou hast delivered me from the violent man. Therefore will I give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the heathen, and sing praises unto thy name. Great deliverance giveth he to his king, and showeth mercy to his anointed, to David, and to his seed forevermore, 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 forevermore.
Yes, 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 yes. So here for this first day we have Psalm 18. Beautiful Medi, Davidic meditation. Psalm 18, Mizmor Yod Chet, right? Psalm 18. David's hymnic. David got bars. His hymnic retrospect of a life crowned with many, enough mercy. Lord of his mercy, David's life and liberty crowned with many mercies. May the I's life be likewise. And no doubt in many cases it is. And give thanks and praise, give thanks and praise. So here, very interesting psalm we have, not to go through all the bars right here of today's daily psalm, but just to kind of just know the overview. This psalm here for this first day. Here, this new Shabua right here. Now, we had Psalm 8 actually previous according to royal order. So we had 8, and here we have 18 right here, today's daily psalm. Now, here it's got a couple of notes, just a couple of notes to share, on the outro here. The outro from the sabbatical from the previous Shabua, and also the intro. Psalm 18 brings an intro into the new Shabua, right? Into new 7, into new week, into new strong. So here we have Psalm 18. Now, Psalm 18, you might have heard, that dub right there, the Twinkle Brothers, right? The Twinkle Brothers dub right there. That's a 1982 dub called Give Rasta Praise." One of the best and blessed of the reggae bands that, Black American band right there, there. Twinkle Brothers, Twinkle Brothers. We was looking for a dub for it, but that dub really, it's a nice long dub, right there. I think it was 8 minutes. Yeah, it's a long track right there. In fact, the number of verses in Psalm 18, right here, Hebraically. Now, Hebraically, it is, how many verses do we have here? 51, right? 51 verses. Now, King James Version wise, let's go over here in the King James Version. Let's scroll all the way down here. We have 50. Now, of course, what's the difference between 50 and 51? A 50-51, yeah? Right? 50-51 here. It's the superscription part. See the superscription part right there? In the superscription part, we have the Hebrew reader, Avraham Shemulov, but that part wasn't translated. It's usually not translated. To chief musician of David, the servant of Yahweh, who spake to Yahweh the words of this song in the day that Yahweh delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Shaul. So here in your Bibles, this probably will be like a small type. Usually it's not included as a verse. And this is one of the reasons why, what's his name? Alexander Scorby, the reader, one of the reasons why Scorby, right, did not read that part. But as we always often say, and also demonstrate, it's a superscription that's very important. So it gives us the context right here, right? So here we have a song of triumph, right? So beginning this new Shabua here, we start out with the daily psalm, Psalm 18, a psalm of triumph, right? To the chief musician, Lam Tzayach, right? To the chief musician, right? Le Ebed Yahweh. Now in the Hebrew, the order of words is different too. We notice that too here. Here in the KJV, it says to the chief musician. The words a psalm in italicization is not there. Next it says David, the servant of the Lord. But the Hebrew is Lamanatseach le'eved Yahweh le Dawid. So the more proper translation to the chief musician, the Manatseach, right? Servant of Yahweh, of David. So of David, this is of David. This composition here is of David. It's of the servant of Yahweh of David. So in a sense, Dawid, here in this Davidic song, right, is noting, acknowledging himself as a servant. Eved Yahweh. Lamanatziach le Eved Yahweh le Dawid Asher Diber la Yahweh. That which Asher Diber, that which he said la Yahweh, to he who be who he be. Et Dibre, right? Et Dibre, that which he said to Yahweh, right? The words, the Dibre Ha Shira Hazot, the words of the song, the words of this song. Et Divrei Ha-Shirah Hazot Biyom, in the day, Biyom, in the day, right? Hitzil Yahweh, in the day that Yahweh delivered him, literally in the Hebrew, in the day that he snatched him. Like, snatched him out of harm's way. So literally in the Hebrew, it's like snatch, and the context is like bring it up right here. Right? Here we have to put it on the, so we can bring out the key words. Hitzil, Hitzil. Hitzil come from Natsal. Natsal means to snatch, literally to snatch away. Right? Literally, it's to snatch away. The figure of speech is to deliver or to rescue or to save, right? To strip, to plunder, like to tear oneself away. Now, Hitzil is in the Hefil sense. Hitzil, the Hefil of Natsal, right? Hitzil Yahweh, that Yahweh took away, right? Snatched away, the sense that he rescued, delivered. But the raw sense is snatch, like somebody is about to get hit and you pull them, you grab them, you kind of, yeah, that's the sense right there that he snatched, right? That Yahweh snatched, right? Hitzil Yahweh Oto, that snatched him, Oto, right? That snatched Oto, that delivered him, that snatched him, Hitzil Yahweh Oto, right? Mikaf, out of the kaf. Now, kaf is not hand. It's not yad. It's not yad. Yad is hand. Kaf is the palm. Kaf. Right? So, a more proper translation that he snatched, right? That Yahweh snatched him, right? Yahweh snatched him in the day that Yahweh snatched him, right? Mikaf, from the palm. Like, you're like in somebody's palm. Like, I got you in the palm of my hand. No, Yahweh snatched him, right? Biyom hitzil Yahweh oto mikaf, snatched him from the kaf, right? Right? Call oibayo, call oivav, call all oibayo, from all his oyebs, right? All his oyebs, oibayo, all the old boys, them, oibayo, right? Here, oyab, enemies, personal, national. Now notice that Dawid, right? From what we know of the testimony, he had enemies that were national, right? Right? Other nations were the enemies of him as the elect and anointed king of Israel. But also, he had enemies that were personal enemies, even within Israel. So, Dawid, this is to say here in the opening of Psalm 18, the Song of Triumph, that he had enemies domestic and he had enemies foreign, but that Yahweh had snatched him, right, delivered him from the hand of Kol Oibayo, Miyad. Now notice something here. You see what it says, and from the hand. You see what it says, all his enemies and from the hand. Now notice something. You see on top, it says delivered him from the hand of all his enemies. Then it says, and from the hand of Saul. The Hebrew mikaf kol oibayo miyad Shaul. And miyad, and from the yad miyad Shaul, and from the yad of Shaul. So here they translate both words as hand. But if we want to get into the detail, right, here it's saying that Yahweh delivered him from the palm, right? Not to be in the palm of any of his enemies and out of their hand. So we have two words here. This is kaf, palm, right? So the KJV is it's false, right? Generalized, but more directly is from the palm of all his enemies and from the hand of Shaul and the hand of Saul. Now, all of that right there, that's a superscription. When we play the audible, right, the usual read, when you look in the King James Version of the Bible, you generally will find that as like one big verse, right? And well, it's not even included as a verse. Usually it's a superscription before the first verse. So we just want to point that out because it adds a lot of context and it's very significant. Because otherwise, and he said, and the part, and he said, right? Well, and he said sometimes it's connected to the first verse. So imagine you're reading the psalm and it's like, and he said, I will love thee, O Yahweh, my strength. Now that makes sense, yes, but it kind of cuts out, right, the context, right? This is important in the context here, right? So all of that right there, let's put it on light so you can see the verse a little more plain. You see the verse right there. So basically, all of this is often avoided, right? Both in being read and in being studied, right? And that is a problem, right? That's a big problem. A lot of misunderstandings and misinterpretations of Psalms usually have come from that very reason right there, right? Because you're not really reading the intro. It's like the foreword, the preface. You skip that. You can, but sometimes you'll find that when you do read it, it brings a lot of things you didn't understand into better context. So what we have here is the inflexible trust. Always faithful, always sure. The trustworthy, truthworthy, creditworthiness in Yahweh Eloheinu, right? In He who be, I Elohim, that Dawid that David, Dawid, the Ebed Yahweh. Note that David calls himself servant. Not going to have time right here for full of the midrash, but just to point out some of the highlights here. There's a whole reasoning on why does David call himself servant, right? And who in the scriptures called a servant an Ebed Yahweh, right? Ebed or Obed Yahweh, like an Obadiah, Ebed Yahweh, Obed Yahweh, right? Here, David, right, has displayed this inflexible, not flexible, not bendable, not breakable trust in Yahweh, right? Throughout his trials, the trials and tribulation, right? This receives a testimony right here that's worth, right, of its worth in this exultant, this big up hymn, this full of hymn, full bars, about 50 to 51 verses. So you see the part that we highlight right there in the Hebrew, right? From the looking at the Hebrew source text, that part that's highlighted is a verse. That's the first verse. And then you see where it says, and he said, I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. That right there from the Hebrew, the source text, is actually the second verse. That's why the numbering in the Hebrew is 51 verses and the numbering in the English is 50, right? The reason it's 50 because it includes the superscription, right? Many times, well, then superscription is not really even dressed in the KJV. So if you look in your Bibles, you won't see that. Most King James Bibles, not as verse 1, right? But here, just a couple of words right here as you go into this new Shabua. It has been embodied, what we have here in Psalm 18. So in the book of Psalms, we have this Psalm of David, but yet it's also embodied in David's biography. Have you read David's biography, Great King David, Dawid, right? Ben Yishai, Dawid HaMelech Ben Yishai, right? Have you read King David's biography? Well, one say, where's his biography? His biography, right, is found in Shemuel, particularly in 2 Samuel, 2 Shemuel chapter 22. So when we go to 2 Samuel chapter 22, for any ones going forward that really want to, sit down and get a fuller study, right, at least begin in that direction, check out 2 Samuel chapter 22, right? 2 Samuel chapter 22. In fact, since we got the screen open right here, let's go here. 2 Samuel chapter 22, right? Chapter 22. And what does it read here in 2 Shemuel 22? And Dawid spake la Yahweh to Jehovah. The words of this song, the words, Divrei Hashirah Hazot, right, in the day Biyom, in the day Hatzil, right, Hitzil Yahweh Oto, in the day that Yahweh had delivered, snatched him out of the hand of all his enemies, Mikaf Kol Oibayo, and out of the hand, Umiyad Shaul, out of the hand of Saul. So we go over here and notice. So notice here, you see the way it appears here with the first part, that's the superscription as a verse, and then with the main body of the psalm beginning at verse 2, right? So when you study Psalm 18, so Psalm 18 is the congregational worship form, right, of the original in 2 Samuel 22, right? So 2 Samuel 22 is like the older version, right? And then we have the later version, which is ideally the same, but it's more for congregational worship in the book of Psalms. The book of Psalms was like the liturgy. Like, we all can talk together, right, to Yahweh, but we all can sing, right? Sing together. Now, here, 2 Samuel 22, in the book of Samuel, we have much of David's biography. And a comparison, when we compare what we have in 2 Samuel, we compare that, right, with what we have in Psalm 18, it discloses a number of verbal differences, right? Don't have the time right here, opportunity to go through the details of the verbal differences, but there are verbal differences, right? Some significant ones, right? that we have. Some interesting verbal differences. That this is what shows us that the version in the Hebrew of Second Samuel is older Hebrew. It's like if I read to you Old English and then I read to you a newer translation of it today, you can definitely tell the difference, even though it's speaking about something similar or the same thing. Right? Now, these are best accounted for as partly scribal variants, the variants from the original old Shemuel text and time, the older times, and then from later times, right? Later on when these psalms were compiled together. So some of the differences can be accounted for partly, in part as scribal variants, and partly as adaptation. Part of it is being adapted, especially in the book of Psalms, to liturgical needs, to the needs of the avodah, the service, to the kahal, the assembly, the gathering together to gather and bring praise in a as a congregational worship. Remember, many of the psalms were, personal, right? Chants, personal prayers of Dawit, right? The sweet singer of Israel, right? The man after Yahweh's own heart. So if he's a man after Yahweh's own heart, the sweet singer, then we should give praise likewise. That's the idea from the ancient times that produced the book of Psalms, right? And in some cases like this with Psalm 18, we have a rare example of an earlier psalm in an earlier Hebrew and then a later form of the Hebrew psalm, and the slight differences, partly because of scribal changes. The older scribes in Shemuel time, they used the language in the older form, like in some older archaic idioms and expressions. And then in the later time, particularly after the Babylonian captivity, after the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, we have later version, right? Even in the later Psalms, some Aramaic, Eastern Shemitic terms are brought in. But be that as it may, on the question of the two versions, which one is more original? That's a question one might have. Psalm 18 or 2 Samuel 22? Which one is more original? Now, the following reasoning it seems most likely, right, that the text in the Psalter, the text in the book of Psalms, Psalm 18, it appears to have been subjected to a literary revision at a later date, right? So here we're still looking at 2 Samuel 22, right? The original, we could say the old version, right? This is what we would say is the original version. And then in Psalm 18, right, we have a psalm that has been subjected to literary, right, and certain revision at a later date. And in particular, right, there's peculiar forms in particular that were possibly licenses of popular usage. So we have like David's personal chant, and then later on, as that psalm was chanted by the congregation, there are certain nuances that reflects how the language, the later language, let's see, from David to the Babylonian, after the Babylonian captivity, that was at least roughly, I know, at least 200 years. Mm, what was that like? What was it seven? No, 500. Around 500. No. That was at least almost 400. Wow, that's 300 to 400 years later. So I just wanted to just point that out. Right. So we know how language can change over a couple of years. Well, nowadays it'd be changing all the time, but you know what I'm saying. So right here we have certain popular idioms and expressions coming into use, replacing more archaic, older forms of Hebrew. Right. They have replaced, forms, right, in the ordinary use, unusual constructions. So in Second Samuel, because it's an older form of the biblical Hebrew, the Ivrit, the Yehudi, there are unusual constructions that have been simplified in Psalm 18, right? There are certain archaicisms, archaic expressions, old expressions, certain figures of speech, right? And also there's some expressions that are for some linguists somewhat obscure, right, or rare, and these seem to be explained. So instead of using the older, more archaic form, of the ancestors several hundred years, right? The scribes brought out, compared it to, well, how we say it today. Like there's things that were said from our grandparents, great grandparents, and then we basically say the same thing, but we have another way of saying it. You know what I'm saying? This is the view. So in this view, right, being correct, the text in Shemuel, the text in Samuel, right, it best preserves the original, right, the more ancient and older Hebrew, right, of the time of Dawit, at least hundreds of years, right, earlier, hundreds of years earlier, right, features of the psalm. So that's just a little overview right there, just to compare, and it's kind of important to, go here, right, and also compare. So here, the summary says in 2 Samuel, the older form of today's daily psalm, right here, Psalm 18, Dawid's psalm of thanksgiving for victory, for salvation. Victory in military sense, Yeshua is victory, like in a battle, but the same term Yeshua also signifies salvation, saving, preservation, militaristically looking victory, right, over all his enemies, right? 2 Samuel chapter 22, right? The following psalm of thanksgiving, David praises Yahweh as his deliverer out of all dangers during his agitated life and the conflicts with his foes, right? In the first half, he pictures his marvelous deliverance out of all the troubles that he passed through. Interesting, the term Hebrew kind of means to like pass through, like pass over, cross over, to be almost like a pedestrian. You know what I'm saying? He passed through, especially in the time of Saul's persecution, under the image of an extraordinary theophany. Theophany means like God appearing, right? So like God appeared for him. God interpositioned himself. And then we look through the psalm like verses 5 to 20, and it unfolds the ground of his deliverance, the groundation, right? When we look at Samuel, 2 Samuel. In the second half, so that's mean there's, Psalm 51, Psalm 51, Psalm 18 with 50 to 51 verses is a kind of a big psalm. So we just want to give an overview. In the second half, he proclaims the mighty help, right, of Yahweh, right, of Adonai, and his consequent victories over the foreign enemies of his government. So he is talking about enemies domestic, like Shaul, first king of Israel. Then he continues to speak about foreign enemies to his anointed messianic government and closes with the renewal, right? So when we come to the fullness, right, of it, the renewal of praise for Elohim, the renewal, a new song. It says, sing a new song. It was, I'm a chant Isis, right? For what he has done for me now, right? Renewing the praise for all his glorious deeds in 2 Samuel 47 to 51. So we can see that the psalm here in 2 Samuel has basically the same verses, 50, 51 verses. The psalm is thus arranged in two leading divisions, two main parts, with an introductory, that's what we zoomed in on at first, the introductory and concluding strophe, the concluding bars, right? It says, however, we cannot disclose any definite system of strophes, right? Like, in other words, the bars in the psalm, right? Any definite system, right? It probably was a free flow. You know what I mean? It was what they call it, extemporaneous, right? Outside the temple, so to speak. In the further arrangement of the principal divisions, as the several groups of thoughts are not rounded off symmetrically. Like when you're just giving thanks for everything that happened in your life, you know what I mean? Not always putting them in order, but as you recall it, you kind of speak on it, right? So the contents and the form of this song of praise answer to the fact attested by the heading that it was composed by David, right? By David in the later years of his reign. In the later years of his reign, when Elohim had rescued him from all his foes. So it's like a retrospect on his life and his liberty, and helped his kingdom, Malkuto, right, to victory, to Yeshua, over all the neighboring heathen other nations, right? The genuineness of the psalm is acknowledged to be indisputable by all the modern critics. So now we can go into a couple of more notes of this right here, right? But just to kind of stick to some of the basics here, right? The overview of today's daily psalm right here, here. Here we have Psalm 18. Psalm 18. Now, Chabarim, let's look at the time right here. Wanted to kind of just share a little bit more, right? Just share a little bit more on, a reasoning on the previous Torah portion, reading and feeding. But before we get into that, let me see if we can just give a acapella. We had that dubwise. Do we have an acapella right here? Okay, what's this here? Okay, I think this is the one here, the redux right here. Let's bring it out right here. Today's daily psalm right here. One more, but this is a cappella right here. All right. Whoa. Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 18.
מזמור י"ח למנצח לעבד אדוני לדוד, אשר דיבר לאדוני את דברי השירה הזאת, ביום הציל אדוני אותו מכף כל אויביו ומיד שאול. ויאמר.
Now that part right there, that part right there is all of the part that we had highlighted up to from the hand of Shaul. Right there. So we don't have an English translation because the reader in the English avoids that. And as is pointed in the most of the text, it would just begin, I will love thee, O Yahweh, my strength. That's how they would begin it right there. But that's not true. Right? The true part is the chief musician of David, the servant of Yahweh, who spake to Yahweh the words of this song in the day that Yahweh delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Shaul. And he said, again,
Psalm 18.
מזמור י"ח למנצח לעבד אדוני לדוד, אשר דיבר לאדוני את דברי השירה הזאת, ביום הציל אדוני אותו מכף כל אויביו ומיד שאול. ויאמר.
I will love thee, O Lord, my strength, my strength, my strength.
ארחמך אדוני חזקי.
The Lord is my rock, my rock, my rock.
אדוני סלעי.
My fortress.
ומצודתי.
And my deliverer.
ומפלתי.
My God.
אלי.
My strength in whom I will trust.
צורי אחסבו.
My buckler.
מדיני.
And the horn of my salvation.
וקרן ישעי.
And my high tower.
משגבי.
I will call upon the Lord who is worthy to be praised.
מהולל אקרא אדוני.
So shall I be saved from mine enemies.
ומן אויבי יבשע.
The sorrows of death compassed me, and the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him even into his ears. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub and did fly. Yea, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. At the brightness that was before him, his thick clouds passed, hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the highest gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire. Yea, he sent out his arrows and scattered them, and he shot out lightnings and discomfited them. Then the channels of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered at thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of thy nostrils. He sent from above, he took me. He drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, for they were too strong for me. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He brought me forth also into a large place. He delivered me, because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands hath he recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. I was also upright before him, and I kept myself from mine iniquity. Therefore hath the Lord recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful. With an upright man thou wilt show thyself upright. With the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward thou wilt show thyself froward. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but wilt bring down high looks. For thou wilt light my candle. The Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by thee I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all those that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord, or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up, and thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps unto me, that my feet did not slip. I have pursued mine enemies, and overtaken them. Neither did I turn again till they were consumed. I have wounded them, that they were not able to rise. They are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength unto the battle. Thou hast subdued unto me those that rose up against me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Thou hast delivered me from the strivings of the people, and thou hast made me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. As soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. The strangers shall submit themselves unto me. The strangers shall fade away and be afraid out of their close places. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. It is God that avengeth me, and subdueth the people unto me. He delivereth me from mine enemies. Yea, thou liftest me up above those that rise up against me. Thou hast delivered me from the violent man. Therefore will I give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the heathen, and sing praises unto thy name. Great deliverance giveth he to his king, and showeth mercy to his anointed, to David, and to his seed forevermore, 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 forevermore.
Lion of Judah Society. Here, solid as a rock. Oh.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Oh, Jah bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a draw first. But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. When they come with their evil assault, I just listen whenever they talk. That is the light into my dark. He cut and clear all my path. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give it all reward. So solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. So down to mix me up in your dirty game. You're only trying to tarnish my name. You're only looking for the innocent to blame, when you're the ones who wish the guns down the lane. You only cause destruction and the pain, but the righteous believes in the rain. Love is all I got to give and I'm not to shine. Looking towards the future, the sky I can't tame. Cause I'm so solid as a rock and they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. So they can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and they stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Who's a bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a dropper. Solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now.
Found no weapon, only a drawer of herbs. Yes. Good thanks, Kalunji. Kalunji right there. Sizzla Kalunji for that tune. Solid as a rock. It really kind of brings together, both the Psalm here, Psalm 18, Chabarim, Yahweh is my rock and my fortress. Is actually two kinds of rock, actually is mentioned right there, but my rock, the general theme, and also the Shabbat seal song. Right? Yahweh is my rock, blessed be, my rock, my strong, my firm place. And also, about the cursing, like you can't curse one who's blessed. The Torah reading and feeding that we just had for the previous Shavua, as we pick up with the Phineas. Now, for the outro, just like to share a little reasoning right here, just on this right here for outro, kind of a summary, almost like this would be like the sermon, so to speak, the Tarasha, like a kind of an overview here. Here from this Torah reading and feeding at the 40th Balak, Torah portion commentary, life's little interruptions. Right? Some can theme this Torah reading and feeding Balak as life's little interruptions. Thought for the Shabua, if Elohim, Almighty, can speak, so to speak, right, through a donkey, right, or a she-ass. Notice that the donkey was a she-ass. So if El, the Almighty, Elohim, Ha'el, if Ha'el can speak through a donkey, he can speak through anything or anyone. A person should always be attentive to the words. Check it. To the words. Check it. To the words of others. Always listening, right? Even through the words of others, to the voice of Yahweh, right? To the word of truth. Check. The commentary right here. The Malak Yahweh, the angel of Jehovah, the messenger of he who be, appeared on the road with a drawn sword to stop him. To Balaam, the angel, the messenger, the Malak was invisible, was not visible. And almost like they say, like God is invisible. Gotta heal up my brother Ras Simo. We had local reasoning, look a bit earlier, right? And that theme came up about God being invisible. Right, but then he had mentioned, hopefully I quote you correctly, that not quote but refer to it correctly, as in Enoch, Hanok, in the book of Enoch, right? When Enoch is taken up, he says, "Who is this man that is walking with the Ancient of Days?" What? What? Who is this man? Right, by the way, Enoch, he went up. Then we taste death. He went up. You could say in body, and now we would think that man, in heaven. But then Enoch, when he was brought there, according to the book of Enoch, Hanok, he basically said, "Who is this man?" Right? Who is this man? Right? Man. Remind me of this. There was this thing on one of these shows where it was like, it looked like a man. Right? Oh, who was it? What kind of? It was a man. It was a man. This man walking, right? And no doubt talking with the Ancient of Days. Remember Daniel's prophecy with the Ancient of Days. All right? All right. So to Balaam, the Malak was invisible. Look, right now, to y'all, I'm not visible. You hear my voice, right? And if we're talking on the phone, you might not be visible unless we're on Skype or, on a video chat. Check? That don't mean that the person or there's nobody there. It just means that you don't see them. All right? They may be seen by others, but you don't see them. Check? But to Balaam, the Malak was not visible, right? Because when you say invisible, it sounds spooky, like invisible. Oh, God's invisible. How about if we say it like this, right? To Balaam, Ha-Malak was not visible. Or better yet, to Balaam, Ha-Malak, the angel was not seeable, was not apparent, right? Did not appear, right? However, the donkey, they say animals are like sensitive. Don't they say like animals are sensitive, like dogs and cats? They can perceive things and see things that we don't see, right? Is that because of the fallen state? But the donkey on that Balaam was riding, right, could see Malak, could see the Malak. We're trying to get out the way of the Malak. So the drawn sword in the hand of the Malak, Yahweh, right? To avoid the Malak, to avoid the angel with the drawn sword. You know how animals are really like knowledgeable? You want to harm an animal, the animal many times will pick up on it and be like, you'd be like, how does the animal know? Well, how did the donkey know? To avoid the Malak with the drawn sword, right? The Eton, right? The she ass, right? The she donkey, she veered from the road into the field. Yo, this must be some sight to see this sight. I just imagine the sight, because he's trying to catch up with the princes of Moab, right? He's trying to get that, get that bag, right? Irritated with his steed, right? His ride, Balaam, he hit the she ass, the she donkey. He hit her, right? To force her back. He wanted to force her back onto the road. He's like, what the hell is going on? What's this? I'm trying to catch up with these guys, the princes of Moab, and why are you going into the field? Right? She saw something. Right? A second time, Malak appeared in front of the she donkey, right? And Balaam still did not see it. He didn't see the Malak, right? However, the she donkey, she did, right? This time the she donkey, the she ass, was carrying Balaam through a narrow street, right? So when you read it in the scripture, it may all seem like the same thing, but when you just take your time, and read through, you're like, wait, okay, there was a road to the field incident. Then the second time, right, when the Malak appeared in front of the she ass, right, Balaam, not seeing it, the she donkey did Where were they? They was in a narrow street, right, between two vineyard walls. You know, like in the country, in some places, they got these walls, right, and they have vineyards on the other side. So he's in a little narrow cut, right, and there was not much room between the walls. You know, like one of those kind of streets right there, right. And to avoid the Malak, the she donkey, right, she pressed against one wall, you know, try to get past. Right? So Balaam not seeing nothing. You know, his eyes, what he said, the man whose eyes was shut, his eyes was, oh, that's the name of the movie. There you go, Eyes Wide Shut. There we go, Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, his eyes are wide shut. Right? Interesting. Right? To avoid, right, the Mala'ak, right, the donkey, the she donkey, she pressed against one wall, like like trying to get around somebody in a narrow place, so you try to move on the side, all right, crushing Balaam's foot in the process. Now he's probably thinking, what the hell is going on with this? You know what I mean? This she ass. Was she drunk? Right? No, she sees something you don't see, dude. Right? Irritated. You know, he's irritated. And no doubt in significant pain. You know what I mean? His foot getting crushed against by the donkey and the wall and everything. You know, because she's probably darting like for her life. She's like, yo, what the she know danger. Right. So Balaam, now just thinking about, what he knows, his irritation and his pain, he hits the she donkey again. He hits her again. Right. Now there's the third time. Now go over it again, Chabarim. See if you can see these three episodes. Right. Like a lot of times in the script, there's a lot embedded, but sometimes when people read it, they kind of rush through. They don't really break it down, right? There's a lot embedded sometimes just in the verse, right? The third time the Malak appeared in front of the she donkey, the she ass. This time the way was so narrow. Now you know this too. Whenever the Malak appeared like like in a tight area, right? Notice the angel Yahweh appeared in a tight area. This time the way was so narrow that there was no room for the Malak to turn to the left or the right. So you can see from the incident to incident to incident is stepping up. Like somebody really trying to box somebody in, right? Now there's no room. Before there was a little room. Before, first time, it was just on the road, right? And he stand on the road, right? The donkey he don't see, the donkey runs into the field, right? Then the second time is between these two vineyard walls. There's a little more room, but it's still tight. So the donkey tries to get around like to the wall, crushing Balaam's foot. Now this time, when the Malak showed up, there was no room for the donkey, not to the left, not to the right. So the donkey, right, the she ass, look what she did. She laid down. She's like, oh, God, is this it? Is this it? I wanted the donkey really know, like the Malak, yo, this is it, right? Still unable to see the Malak, now think about this. You're riding a little she donkey. And now, after these two other incidents, going on this very narrow way, right? The donkey just lays down. She's like, I can't. She's like, the donkey said she can't. The donkey says, the donkey said, she said, I'm done. I can't. But now Balaam like, what the hell? What you doing laying down? Right? He was unable to see the Malak. Balaam was so angry, right? At this point, once, twice, 3 strikes, that he thrashed the poor beast with a stick. He just licked her. You know what I mean? In his blindness, Balaam did not realize that what seemed to him to be the irritating behavior of his donkey, his she ass, was actually his female jackass, right? Or Jane ass, I don't know, but was actually trying to save and actually was and did save his life. Now, we always read the story and we get it like this, right? The basic sense, right? The she ass trying to get out the way of the Malak that she can see, but Balaam can't see. Now, you ever think about it that if she did not, because she was thinking, the donkey who could see the Malak was thinking that this sword was to cut her, right? So she's trying to get out the way, and every time Balaam is hitting her, Can you imagine what the scene would have been like if the she-ass she just kept going? Whoa, you know what I mean? So basically, notice how serious this was, right? That according to what we read here, if the donkey didn't behave in that way, right, the Malak Yahweh would have killed, right, Balaam. So Yahweh said, right, the Malak said, Yahweh said, right, if she had not turned aside from me, I would surely have killed you just now and let her live. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the donkey probably thinking like she's bruised and everything, got hit a few times, knocked upside her head or whatnot? You know, she's thinking like, man, dude, I wasn't in any danger. I thought I was in danger. All right, but it's actually you what? And you hit me this Numbers 22:33. Right? So what can we learn from this Chavarine? Well, life is full of irritating obstacles. Right? Whether you look at it from the donkey's perspective or Balaam's perspective, life is full of irritating obstacles that get in the way of our plans. His plan was to catch up with the princes of Midian. I mean, a princes of Moab, Midian, I think they had left, but they were a part of it too. But to catch up with those princes, right? Even though he knew that Yahweh told him, don't go. See, that's how serious when Yahweh told him when he asked the first time, don't go, right? You know, they are blessed. Don't curse them because well, actually, literally, don't curse Yisrael because ki, right? Baruch hu, because Yisrael is blessed. That no meant no. Even when the princess came the second time, he went and asked Yahweh again, and Yahweh said, if, remember that word if? A small word, but it's very significant. If the princess call thee, if they call thee, right? Hello. Yeah. Come with you. Okay, yeah. We right there. Good. Yeah. But did they call him? No. It tells in the text that they already were on their way. They already had gone. He must have woke up late, his alarm or whatever, and he looked around and he said, oh, the princes are gone? Let me catch up with them. So he didn't, why didn't he pay attention to the if part? If they call you to come with them, right? So he was going, even though he was told, don't go, right? He basically violated that word, and look how the Malak, right, tells us that if it wasn't for the donkey, right, the she-ass, that the Malak Yahweh, that Yahweh would have slew thee, right? Basically, you beat her, right? And she was saving your life. Makes you think about it, doesn't it? You're beating somebody because you think they're not doing what you want them to do, right? And they actually are saving your life. Throughout any given day, a person experiences countless distractions and complications. It's easy to become impatient, right? But like some said, and I say, if you be so impatient, you might end up being an outpatient, right? But it's easy to become impatient, right? To become an inpatient and upset, right? With the things and people that quote get in the way of what we are trying to accomplish or what me is trying to accomplish, right? We or even me should learn a lesson from Bilaam. Yes. We should learn a lesson from Bilaam, right? That's why we keep emphasizing that he's not a false prophet, at least not as we have in this scene or really in the scripture, but he is a cursing prophet and he is a prophet for hire, right? Knowing what Bilaam knows, right? Remember, he basically can call up Yahweh, right? And Yahweh respond to him. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you know, how many ones can say they can do that, right? You know what I'm saying? So he's not a false prophet, but a prophet for hire, right? You know, a man that knows God, but sometimes knowing what he know, he do what he do, right? How many of us can say, you can get it, right? We should learn a lesson, therefore, from Balaam. Those irritating obstacles, right? You know, I've been trying to do something, but it's not being done. You ever try to do something and you get these obstacles, and then you think you slick, right? You find a way to get around and you do it, and then after you be like, "Yo, I should not have done it," and then you recognize that, man, all those obstacles was really trying to prevent me from getting in the situation that I got. I should have seen the fact that it wasn't able to be done, that there was a blessing there. But you thought, we might think, oh, I'm cursed. I got to push through. So the lesson here, right? What's the lesson here, right? Those irritating obstacles might be from Yahweh, right? Elohim may have other plans for you, for me, for I and I. Rather than get upset, right, and set up, right, when our plans are when they seem to be derailed, right, or go off track, right, what we should do is seek Yahweh's guidance, right, his direction. Like Yahweh, this usually is fairly easy. Why am I getting, should I do this? Right? Seek his direction, his guidance and direction. In Bilaam and Balaam's life, Elohim was in the midst of the interruptions, right? Was in the midst of it, right? From even the she-ass scene, right? The next time, the car breaks down or a flight is canceled or some other unforeseen interruption rears up, rather than get irritated, upset, mixed up moods and attitude. Remember the story of Bilaam, right? You know what I mean? Remember the story of Bilaam, right? And it's kind of interesting because many times it can happen where, we might pray about something and we get a no-go and we get to be like Bilaam, right? We actually go. Oh, we ask again and we get a slightly different answer and we think that it was a yes, but it was a if. You know what I mean? And we took the if as a yes, right? People of faith, people of the true faith of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach, right? Even them, even us, even I and I sometimes speak of Elohim, right? Opening and closing doors, right? Or rather, if a door is closed, I have somebody say like if a door is closed and he opened a window, I was like, whoa, what floor, what story are you on, right? People of faith sometimes speak of Elohim as opening or closing doors, right? This is said to be a modern like idiom, a figure of speech, a popular kind of saying that refers to Yahweh's divine direction in life. Right? So like one door is closed, but another one is open. For example, suppose a person set out to take a job in a certain field, right? He or she submitted an application for a position for that person, he or even she was fully qualified. That person being confident that the job would be his or the job would be hers. Inexplicably, unexplainably, right? He or she did not get the position, right? Even though they, look at their resume, know their qualifications. A person like Bilaam would become, right? Because the nature of Bilaam would become bitter over the disappointment. So we can even engage ourselves. That's what said that all the scripture in the new covenant was written for our admonition, for our correction and instruction, right? Rebuke, correction, you know what I mean? Reproof, right? So a person like Balaam would become bitter or embittered, right? Over the disappointment. See, this is what we can learn, right? Because of his particular personality. You know what I mean? And if we have that personality, right, in faith, humbling ourselves to walk, right, in the way, the truth, and life, we can overcome it. But first thing we have to do is, what did Shakespeare say? Above all else, be true to thyself. Above all else, right, be true to thyself, right? Because you're true to yourself above all else, right, then you'll be true, right, to your God and the true God, right? So a person of faith, right, on the other hand, still becoming bitter or embittered over the disappointment and getting into a whole bunch of mixed up moods and attitude, a person of the true faith would say, well, Elohim closed that door. He knows what is best. Elohim Ha'ab, God the Father, Abba, Abba, daddy knows best, right? Abba knows best, right? I will look elsewhere. When seeking direction in life, right? Which way should we go? Which way do I go? A person needs to keep an eye, right? That's another thing about this Torah portion. Didn't have the time right here, but hopefully we can follow up, in the next podcast, y'all willing, or in a on the RJ Rastafari Jews channel, maybe on the eye. The eye appears in many different ways. Remember the eye of the land we touched on earlier? It says the face of the land in translation, but the eye of the land. And then later on, when Balaam says that his eyes was wide shut, but now it's open to really see. You know what I'm saying? You can see what's going on. So when seeking direction, guidance, protection, but guidance, right? Direction, right? In life and liberty, right? A person needs to keep an eye on the donkey. Put another way, keep your eye on the jackass, right? Keep your eye on the proverbial donkey, the she-ass, right? To see what Elohim might be saying, right? What Elohim might be saying. And in addition to that, we can learn that from Balaam. But since Yahweh told him directly, you know what I'm saying? Pay attention to what Yahweh, what thus he saith to us. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, we're gonna seal it. Right here. We have Psalm 24, right? Psalm 24, the Psalm, right? The evening Psalm for the first day. We have Psalm 24. Let's see, do we have this up here? Psalm 24. Here we go. Psalm 24, short version, right here, Hebrew, on the Yesh, Kavod Yesh, right? There's glory, there is glory. King of glory.
אלה שבוכים עכשיו הם עוד יצחקו
ברוך השם.
יש לנו את החירות לבחור ממשיך קדימה לא נשאר מאחור הכוח הוא בהתמדה כן ורק בסוף הדרך סופרים את הקופה יש כבוד יש
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור לאדוני הארץ ומלואה תבל ויושביה כי הוא על ימין יסדה ועל נהרות יכונניה מי יעלה בהר אדוני ומי יקום במקום קודשו נקי כפיים ובר לבב אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי ולא נשבע למרמה יישא ברכה מאת אדוני וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו זה דור דורשיו מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע שאו שערים ראשיכם והינשאו פתחי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור אדוני גיבור מלחמה שאו שערים ראשיכם ושאו פתחי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות הוא מלך הכבוד סלע סלע
Psalm 24, the evening psalm for the first day. The evening psalm for the first day. Little background is this is the psalm when the ark, when Dawid, right? The psalm for the first day, the evening psalm for the first day, right? We have Psalm 24 right here, Mizmor Kaf Dalet, and this is a psalm when the ark, even the ark of the covenant, was brought from Kiryat Yearim to Har Zion. So this is the psalm when David had brought the ark, even the ark of the covenant, to his castle, the palace of the citadel of Zion, of Zion, where David had caused it to be set up, the ark of the covenant, in a tabernacle, in a tent. So when we talk about the tabernacle of Moshe, like in the wilderness, the temple, the tabernacle, and then we see the tabernacle of David, right? The tabernacle of David. So this is one of the significances here, one of the background historical context that kind of adds to the narrative, but also add to the Medi. So here, Ba'anglit, in the English.
Choose the good within, don't
Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, 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 Selah.
Yes, 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 King of glory.
Selah, 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 Selah.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh, I prayed I was on mute right there. Yeah. So this is a psalm. Sleeker, sorry about that. This is a psalm right here with David, Psalm 24. It's appointed for the, like after the Shabbat, right? Day comes the evening. That right there is the eve, and that's when the evening psalm for the day to come. So the evening psalm for the first day, Psalm 24, when David brought the Ark of the Covenant to Zion. So there, at that point, when David brings, with this psalm here, appointed for reading for the first day of the Shabbat, when David had brought the ark, right, to Zion, right, to his castle, his palace, to Zion, this signifies the tabernacle of David, right, and also the prayer, the praise and worship, right. So from the ancient formality of the tabernacle of Moshe, right, with this psalm here and the context, we have the tabernacle of David. Tabernacle of David, here, Psalm 24, Luciano featuring Muta Baruka.
This is Psalms 24 without apology. Muta Baruka and Luciano. Trust me. Yeah!
For he had found it upon the sea, and established it upon the flood. Who shall ascend in the hill of Jah? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul into vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He hath received the blessing from Jah and righteousness from the Almighty of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him.
This is the generation that seek him, the Most High God.
That seek thy face, O Jacob.
Seek thy face, O Jacob. Oh, yeah.
Lift up your heads, O ye gates,
Lift up
and be lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in.
And the King of glory shall come in.
Who is this King of glory?
I say who?
Emperor Haile I Selassie I. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in.
And the King of glory, yes, the King of glory shall come
of glory. Emperor Haile Selassie. He is the King of glory.
Who is the King of glory?
Jah Rastafari.
He
is the King of glory.
He is the King of glory. Yes, the Lord of hosts.
Lift up your heads, O ye gates.
Oh, lift up your heads, O ye gates.
Even lift them up.
Even lift them up.
Ye everlasting doors.
Everlasting doors.
And the King of glory shall come in.
The King of glory.
And now we ask again.
The King of glory.
Who is the King of glory? Jah Rastafari. Emperor Haile Selassie. He is the King of glory.
Who is the King of glory?
Who is this King of glory? Emperor Haile Selassie. Emperor of Ethiopia. King of kings. Lord of lords. Conquering lion in the tribe of Judah. Lift up himself. Light of the world. Jah Rastafari. He is the King of glory.
Yes, we have to meet the King of Zion one day. I say, ooh, Zion. Who is the King? I say, ooh,
Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. See. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, 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 Selah,
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושבבה. כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשת פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד, סלע.
לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, סבל ויושבבה, כי הוא על ימין יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה, מי יעלה בהר אדוני, מי יקום במקום קודשו, נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשית, ולא נשבע למרמה, יצא ורחם את אדוני, וצדקה אלוהי ישעוף, זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע, שהוא שערים ראשיכם ינשאו פתחי עולם, יבוא מלך הכבוד, מי זה מלך הכבוד, אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה, שהוא שערים ראשיכם ושאו פתחי עולם, יבוא מלך הכבוד, מי זה מלך הכבוד, אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
Shavua Tov, y'all. Be well, be well. Have a good first day. Have a good Shavua. Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach.
Lion of Judah Society.
Here. Another bracha for y'all and for I and I all. From Psalm 67. Bracha, blessing, grace.
Psalm 67.
מזמור סמך זין, למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר.
God be merciful unto us and bless us.
אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו.
And cause his face to shine upon us.
סלע.
That thy way may be known upon earth.
לדעת בארץ דרכך.
Thy saving health among all nations.
בכל גויים ישועתך.
Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Oh, let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth. Selah. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase. And God, even our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him.
מזמור סמך זין, למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר. אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו סלע. לדעת בארץ דרכך, בכל גויים ישועתך. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם. ישמחו וירננו לאומים, כי תשבות עמים מישור, ולאומים בארץ תנחם סלע. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם, ארץ נתנה יבולה. יברכנו אלוהים אלוהינו, יברכנו אלוהים, ויראו אותו כל אפסי ארץ.
Adonai.
Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari.